Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! Saizumaki was born into the clan head's family. Everyone eagerly awaited her arrival. But when she was born, she was engulfed in flames, and Gansei nearly burned her mother. The flames burned everything except the girl herself. Thus began her curse. Out of self-loathing, everyone called her a monster. Everyone, that is, except her parents. Sei never played with anything but fire. It was her friend. It didn't speak, but it was always there. When little Uzumaki was 7 years old, her mother died of a serious illness, and her father couldn't stop grieving. Sei's father wasn't a bad man. He always treated everyone with kindness and compassion. Perhaps this was his weakness. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't spend much time with his daughter. As the work of the clan head took its toll, little Uzumaki was bullied by her peers and their parents. They threw stones at her, beat her, and used various techniques against her. But the girl's fire always protected her and answered this herd. Sei was nicknamed Phoenix because of the curse. At age 8, after yet another bullying, the girl ran deep into the forest to a small lake and sat near the rocks. Sei sincerely didn't understand why everyone hated her so much. It wasn't her fault she was born with this curse. Finally, the girl gave free rein to her emotions and allowed herself to lose control. Sei screamed and cried. A ball of flame enveloped her body. There was no grass near the girl, and even if there had been, it would have already burned away. A boy was walking nearby, and when he heard screams near the lake, he ran there. The boy was an Uchiha, and not just any Uchiha, but Uchiha Madara himself. Madara came to the screams and saw the girl. He tried to say something to her, but the girl didn't hear him. Sei sensed someone's presence and called off the fire, wiping tears from her eyes. Who are you? The girl said quietly, but he heard. Madara, and you? The boy answered in surprise. It doesn't matter, I'm leaving anyway. The girl stood up abruptly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you or offend you. The Uchiha touched the little Uzumaki's hand. I wasn't scared. The girl stopped. The fire didn't appear when he touched me, which means he doesn't want to do anything bad to me. What do you want? First, I want to know your name. Sei. What happened a few minutes ago? I can't say. That meeting wasn't the last. The Saimaras met in that place for 10 years. The children became very close and knew a lot about each other. Except for their clans, they decided not to talk about them. A tree of love grew in their friendship. They were changing and were aware of it. Sei's character changed a lot and became proud, explosive, and cruel. No one made fun of her anymore, because she responded in several times more painful than the herd had tried to inflict on her. Madara became steadfast, decisive, a perfectionist, and always thought before doing or speaking. At some point, Uzumaki stopped coming. The Uchiha searched for her, but there was no news of her. Sei simply couldn't come. Rebellions broke out in her clan, and the girl helped her father, because thanks to her power, all rebellions were easily stopped. A couple of months later, when all the rebellions had died down, Sei's father took his daughter to train at their secret Uzumaki temple. He transferred his power for a time to trusted confidants. The father trained his daughter in special fuinjutsu and wind elemental techniques. Alas, the head of the clan couldn't stay away from his work for long, and Shuzai had to return to his duties, while the girl decided to remain at the temple. There were many scrolls with various techniques there. Uzumaki herself had 2 elements, wind and fire. Sei spent about a year at the temple, diligently training and developing her own techniques. Thus, the girl became incredibly powerful, and only Keiji could compare her. Throughout her time away from Madara, she thought more and more about him. Sei wanted to apologize to him for suddenly disappearing for a whole year. She felt he hadn't forgotten her. When she returned to the clan, they still tried to mock her. But now Sei responded with complete seriousness and made it clear she would kill them without batting an eye. The girl didn't show off her power. She released a little chakra from her body and suppressed the herd's will. Now, no one would approach her or dare mock her in any way. Upon her return, her father told her good news. The Uzumaki clan was joining the newly founded village hidden in the leaves, also known as Konoha. The Hokage was Hashirama Senjo. The news was truly wonderful, but the girl knew the village had been founded by 2 men, Uchiha and Sanda. Apparently, the Uchiha was keeping a low profile. She knew little about the Uchiha clan, only ominous rumors of bloodthirsty killers during the war between the Senjo clans. There was a whole week until the unification day, and Sei decided she wanted to change her style, as she had been wearing a white kimono all year, which had frankly become tiresome. She also vowed to herself that for the next 2 years she would not wear anything completely white, as she was already getting sick of wearing white. Sei went to a seamstress who could make several custom dresses. True, it wasn't exactly cheap, but Sei was still the daughter of the clan's leading family, and her family had enough money to live in luxury for 100 people for the rest of their lives. But that's not the point. Uzumaki asked for long dresses, floor length or longer, so that the colors red, blue, light blue, and black would be a reference. Measurements were taken quickly. The girl ordered about 20 dresses, paid for the purchase, and left. The girl had pale skin, full lips, blood-red eyes, and fiery red hair. Her hair was very long, reaching down to her heels. Her figure was rather thin, but it clearly didn't make her look weaker. She was about 170 centimeters tall, but it only suited her. All week, Sei helped her father with various clan problems. After a year at the temple, she had complete control over herself, her emotions, and her fire, which now wouldn't burn everyone. And even if someone touched it, it wouldn't burn anyone unless Sei wanted it to. Uzumaki wanted to add some fiery elements to her look. The girl still loves fire very much. On the day of the unification treaty signing, she wore a long, ankle-length black dress with lace floor-length sleeves. On the way, the girl ran faster than everyone else, spurring herself on with a wind technique. She called it the path of the phoenix. Uzumaki was used to the nickname, and she even liked it. After all, the phoenix is a fiery bird of rebirth. It will burn and be reborn from its own ashes. Sei arrived faster than everyone else, and no one from Konoha was there. The girl decided to transform herself with fire. Her upturned hair was ablaze. She wore a fiery tiara, and a small flame was visible in her eyes. Just after the transformation, the rest of The Uzumaki clan arrived. The Sei family, as the leaders, stood in front, and the rest stood behind. The girl, about 10 meters away. The Konoha heads and Umbu arrived a couple of minutes later. The girl noticed a man near. The Hokage. It was Madara. While the young Uzumaki was in shock, her father began a conversation with the Hokage. "Ama, who is that next to you?" Hashirama Senju said politely. "This is my daughter, Sei Uzumaki." The red-haired girl's father said in an equally polite voice. "Hello, Hokage-sama Madara." The girl looked at the Uchiha and grinned. "Oh, you know each other?" Hokage asked in surprise. The girl grinned, quickly dodging the kunai. Madara threw. "It just happened." Addressing her best friend, Uzumaki Hokage-sama said. "I hope you and my father will discuss everything and sign it while Madara and I step away." Turning to Hashirama-san. The girl said, "Just Hashirama." "Thank you, Hashirama. So, we have prepared a place for your clan. It is in the center of the village, since you are already Zien." Seiya walked away with Madara, perfectly placed. The girl calmly sat down on the rocks near the lake, and the man was still standing. Even though he was 5 years older than Uzumaki, he didn't always understand the girl. The girl told him everything herself. About how she didn't want to disappear so suddenly. That she also missed him very much. And they kissed. Uchiha. He confessed everything that was going on in his head and soul. The pair realized they loved each other and decided to start dating. A couple of years later, they finally got married. Madara had wanted it even earlier, but Uzumaki made it clear she didn't, having sworn to herself that she wouldn't wear anything white for 2 years, to which Uchiha replied that the dress didn't have to be white. The wedding still took place at Madara's request, and Sei still wore a black dress to the wedding. Now the girl was 21. So much had happened with her and her man, meeting, talking, parting, and getting married. And that they still had something to look forward to made her very happy. Sei was a strong kunoichi and, like all shinobi in the village, carried out missions. Alone, these were usually missions of rank or higher. The Hokage family and the new Uchiha family were very close friends. Mitu was Sei's best friend, and Madara and Hashirama were best friends. Although Sei didn't want to, she took the Uchiha surname, which Madara was thrilled about. His wife had agreed to take his surname. He didn't persuade her. No matter how much a man complained, he still loved everything his wife did. Sei, to Madara and Hashirama's surprise, got along very well with Terama-san. As soon as Uzumaki moved to Konoha, she began hanging out with Terama, finding him quite an interesting person, and she was right. The white-haired man, like her, turned out to be yet another genius in her circle. Tabarama knew a vast number of techniques, and he had created even more himself, as did Samasai. Incidentally, they had a very good relationship, and he even promised his girlfriend that he would train her unborn child with everything he knew. Even if it had the Sharingan, which spoke volumes. A year after the wedding, the family learned they were expecting a baby. Sei was feeling unwell, and Madara looked a little worried. All of the girl's friends supported her and were very concerned about her and the child's well-being. When the boy was born, the couple named him Naruto Uchiha. He grew up lovingly and caring, and his parents were among the most powerful shinobi, which Samalchik inherited. He possessed monstrous strength, even for the strongest jonin, which was evident from birth. Naruto's parents discussed a couple of very important matters that they would discuss with the boy himself as soon as he turned 8. Naruto began training as soon as he could walk. No one forced him. He wanted to. Although Naruto was only a third-year student, he already spoke fluently and understood adults well. As promised, Tabarama began training the boy. Naruto had red hair, the tips of which appeared to be dyed black. He had very pale skin, and his eyes were onyx-colored. Like all Uchiha. Already in his 3rd year, the boy showed character. No, he wasn't rude or shouting. He listened calmly and reasoned, and when it came to training, he did everything he was told. Run 15 laps around the village. Easy. Naruto can do that. Do 250 push-ups. Naruto will do that too, even if he falls down after the request and takes a while to recover. Tabarami really liked the boy's character. When Naruto turned 8, his mother and father called him into the living room and began a dialogue. Naruto, son, we have something to discuss with you, the head of the family said seriously. We thought about this right after you were born, dear. The 9-tailed demon fox, Kyubi, is sealed within me, and your father and I were wondering if we should seal it to you. The girl said, a little nervously, you want to make me a Jinchuriki? If you become a Jinchurike, then if you get along with the Kyubi or suppress its will, then you will have access to the power of the strongest of the tailed beasts, and you will become a very powerful shinobi, said Madara. I don't mind, decide, but I will not be his jailer. I don't want to torture and abuse anyone like I did my mother when they were children. Naruto said confidently. How do you know that? Sei stood up, frightened. I saw it calmly. Where? The girl said. Frightened. In a dream. I think it's even more serious than I thought. Sei, ass. What are you talking about? Madara didn't quite understand the situation. Dear, he leads the vision, past, future, and present. Perhaps he really is their reincarnation. And because of the union of 2 gods in one being, the power of the sage slips through. Mom, what are you talking about? The boy finally asked the sage. The sage has 6 paths. Naruto, I promise, when you're older, I'll tell you everything. Everything. The second thing we wanted to talk about, continued Madara, is for a small number of shinobi to travel a few years into the future. But maybe 100 years from now, we are not yet sure. What must happen for shinobi of your rank to decide to travel into the future? The boy was perplexed. No one knows, but everyone knows that it is necessary. We spoke with the sage of the 6 paths, and he said that you are his reincarnation and will surpass everyone. The former Uzumaki said quietly. I am a reincarnation. This explains a lot, the boy said under his breath. Who will go to the future? Hashirama Senju, Mituzumaki, as you. No, they have adult children, our family. That's all. And Tabarama? Tabarama. No. Naruto jumped up. He will be 2 Hokage, then he will find a worthy successor and go to the right year. He comes up with a technique, and I help him with this. Said Sei. Our age is in a different era. Naruto didn't really want to become some old man, and also for his parents to turn to dust. 5 or 5 years younger than here, Atabarama will be our age there. I will be 1/3 of a year old. Yes, Mom and I will shelter you in the village. You will have other parents for a while. But you must not speak to outsiders about us and the others. In this world, our deaths will be arranged. I understand, Dad. I agree, but what about my appearance? Everything will remain fine. Once again, Naruto walked home beaten, barely alive. Dark scarlet liquid dripped from his body. The boy was used to it. He was used to these looks, used to insults, used to beatings. He Was used to sleeping in a cold apartment and eating the cheapest food that was in the only store Naruto was allowed into. He was not big, but he was not small either. The store owner was a very nice woman. From birth, Naruto was bullied and cursed, blamed for everything imaginable. Almost every day, the boy would show up at the hospital, only to leave through the window each time. Yes, Naruto was quite a strong boy, comparable in strength to Shin's at 6 years old. He was a powerful man who could easily use chakra and heal himself. He trained every day, but no one knew it. At 6 years old, all children enter the academy, where they are taught both the basics of normal life and the basics of shinobi life. Today is the first day at the academy, and Uzumaki is reluctant to show his hand, afraid of being discovered. The boy's secret is that he was actually born about 80 years ago, and his parents are now known as the greatest Parashinas in history. No one compared them to anyone else, because they knew that if anything were to be compared, the Hashirama and Senju themselves would be compared to the god of shinobi himself, and only the Hokage and his teacher, his brother, one Hokage, the greatest creator of thousands of techniques, and two Hokage. All of them were the greatest, but Naruto knows them. Saidara is his parents, and Hashirama is a very close family friend, just like Bairama, really. He had a hard time accepting Madara, but he finally accepted him. And Tabarama, Naruto's sensei, and the boy know almost all the same techniques as Tabarama, even those that are forbidden in this time. Naruto himself is also known in history, and his description is true. Intentionally, Uzumaki discussed this with Terama, and if necessary, everyone has every right to reveal their identities, especially Naruto. History also knows Naruto Uchiha, who united two clans. He became the reincarnation of two people. He was considered the next sage of the 6 paths. And to begin this path, one must awaken the Rinnegan of the eyes of the gods. His father could have awakened him too. But for this, a cell transplant from someone in the Sand or Uzumaki clan was needed. He would never have touched his mother. And they simply didn't have time to do it with Hashirama's cells. At the academy, just as Naruto had expected, they bullied him, but they went even further. In addition to the usual beatings, they doused him with cold water from a bucket in the toilet and dunked his face in the toilet. His desk was constantly covered in insults, and his school supplies were functional. Naruto tolerated this too, until one day, when a boy about 10 years old tried to stab him with a box cutter, saying, "You're a demon, I'll kill you, and then my parents won't have died in vain." As soon as Uzumaki saw the knife and heard the word, "kill," his gaze suddenly turned cold. Streams of blood poured from his eyes. And they themselves swelled with a bright, bloody pattern, with 3 tomahawks and a spiral emerging from a black circle in the center. It was the Sharingan manga. Naruto had awakened his Sharingan during his very first beating. The boy didn't remember anything, but it was all due to shock and Genjutsu. Or more precisely, Tsukiyomi. At that moment, Uzumaki realized he was tired of all this bullying. Not because of the pain, not because of the resentment. Naruto simply decided abruptly that he was tired of it all. He was already bored, and it was time to finally prove himself. Now was not the time, the boy knew. And now the most important thing was to quietly leave the village and go to his parents. Although this body was 6 years old, Uzumaki himself was already around 14. Naruto created a shadow clone and left it at home to watch over the Umbu, while the boy himself decided to return to his parents for a while. Although everyone thinks Naruto's parents are Minatamike's and Kushina Uzumaki, that's not actually true. The boy's parents are, as you already know, Sei Uzumaki and Madara Uchiha. Naruto's last name is Uchiha, not Uzumaki. Although it could have been different, since his mother is a very fiery girl, so to speak. Incidentally, because of the time-traveling technique, they became younger not by 5 years, but by a full 8. Naruto was a couple of months old then. And he'd had his fill of that crap. The secret place for time travelers from the village hidden in the leaves is literally about a day or two away from an ordinary shinobi. But who said Naruto was an ordinary shinobi? Whoever it was, they were wrong. Only the boy's knowledge of the Thunder God's technique gives him the ability to travel across entire villages. True, Uzumaki has never been anywhere except Konoha. To travel to other villages, you just need to train at the academy and graduate. Afterwards, he'll become a true shini, go on difficult missions far from his village, put on a ton of seals, and become even stronger. A small flash of light in the apartment, that no one noticed anything, and Naruto was already in the mini-settlement where his loved ones lived. I'm back. Naruto, son, what are you doing here? Something happened. Hokage, shinobi, commoners, the nine-tailed one. Sei ran to her son. No, something just happened. Madara knows that look. It said directly, this is the first time someone seriously wanted to kill me. Who is this? The Uchiha was angry. I have no idea who it is, a boy just a little older than me. Son, we talked about this. Enough of this. I didn't expect our village to become so rotten. When will Tabarama arrive at the right time? Hashirama said this with all his wormwood. He will be here soon. We have about 5 years to wait for him. Believe me, Uncle Hashirama. I will make Tabarama-sensei train me until he teaches me everything. The 6 elements are a long time. Although you will teach me the 6th element, Naruto confirmed. This seal will help you quickly move to the place where we will train. You will feel when your training is needed. Good. Hashirama smiled and went to the Metho, who also went to greet Naruto. The girl was pregnant. Hello, Naruto. What do you think should be done with our child? Uzumaki worriedly asked the boy, who was a genius from birth and the pride of both Uchiha clans. Uzumaki had 2 of the 3 great clans. The third was the Sand clan. But these 3 did not measure strength. They did not see the point. Although death was based on Madara's hatred for the death of his brother Izuna. But Izuna, of course, died and Madara was grieving. But a fight between Hashirama and him, not in a warlike relationship, seemed pointless. Although Madara loved strong opponents, Hashirama is his best friend and always will be. Leave him in this time. None of us will return, because there is no point. And here you will raise a child with the faith of fire and normal moral values. I thought about that too, Naruto. Mito smiled. By the way, Uncle Hashirama. Do you remember Tsunade? Of course, Tsuna is the son of my character. So, she became one of the great Sannin, an Irionin, and during the recent war she carried out many reforms, and now she wanders, gambles away all her money and drinks like crazy. And she can also use your Bikugu technique. It was like a mountain fell on Hashirama, and the method became like a red shadow. Yeah, now I will definitely raise children radically differently. Hokage chuckled alone and scratched the back of his head. Forgive me, I really have to go back. Naruto bowed. Bye, Dad, Mom, Hokage-sama and Maida-san. Uzumaki appeared in his room and dispelled the clone that was watching TV. Tomorrow the boy has to go to the academy again. And then he'd have to go to his favorite place. It was still standing. It was Tabarama's hideout. He'd built it and furnished it. It had plenty of room, and it couldn't collapse. It was in the mountain. No one but Naruto and Tabarama could get in. The entrance to the hideout was on the head of one of the Hokage, which always made Tabarama laugh. There was a fairly long corridor. Then there was a large iron door covered in thousands of seals, but getting inside was easy. You didn't have to touch the seals, you just had to turn left and walk through the wall. And beyond that was the hideout itself. The hideout was nicknamed First Blood because you had to spill your blood on the wall right at the entrance and apply the seal. And after that, you could easily return to First Blood whenever you pleased. The hideout consisted of 5 open rooms and a laboratory. Tabarama usually studied various pill updates or various genomes, herbs and medicines, poisons. Naruto knows all this too, because the teacher really did teach him everything he knew. There's also a training ground. It's not very big, of course, but it's enough for Naruto and even a few other shinobi to train freely. There was a living room with a large sofa, armchairs, and a table. A kitchen with a fairly large table, and a restroom. Everything from the very entrance to the shelter, down to every crack, was under an invulnerability technique. That is, no matter how hard you try, you can't break anything here. In the Hokage's office. In addition to the 3 Hokage, there were 2 men in masks in the office. Cat, I'm recalling your mission. You are no longer monitoring Naruto Uzumaki, Hiruzen began. Raven, you are reporting for the mission as my personal Umbu. Cat has disappeared. I want to tell you that you will be monitoring the Jinchuriki of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki. Your task is observation. Do not interfere. If you want, you can make contact. He is quite suspicious. Even though everyone says he's a fool, this boy possesses not only the 9 tails but also the monstrous power of the body's owner. He has great potential. Any details, please contact me directly. Hi. The boy disappeared. He was a little older than Naruto and was considered a genius of the clan. Tabarama-sensei, what did you mean then? The old man took a drag from his pipe and looked out the window. Naruto Uzumaki was named after Naruto Uchiha, the reincarnation of the Sage of the 6 Paths himself. What's going on in this village? Tarama-sensei. Naruto woke up early in the morning, got dressed, and went for a walk around the village. He thought about all sorts of minor problems and decided that from this day on, no one would bully him anymore. Yesterday's conversation with loved ones helped Uzumaki act with more confidence. In a few days, he'll need to train Makutan, and there's no teacher better than his only one. The true owner cannot be found, even if Hashirama enjoys a joyful life and socializes. During training, this man is a real devil. Training with Hashirama alone was difficult, but it bore fruit. The wood element came quite easily to the boy. Hashirama responded only by saying that it wasn't just his cells that contributed to this, but the very power of the creator of Shinobi. The god of Shinobi believed that Makutan would have awakened on its own, and his cells simply facilitated its birth. Naruto had been wandering around the village for about an hour, and when he wanted something to eat, the boy stopped at the romaine bar and ordered a pork roman. He should have gone to Hokage and asked for a raise for the orphan, as it was only enough for the bare necessities. Uzumaki stood up, paid, and went to the academy he hated when he lived 100 years ago and attended the academy. Everything was different. Everyone communicated with each other, were sincere in their words and actions. And the people at this academy were rotten, maybe not all, but certainly most. The red-haired one was constantly being humiliated or brought down, and the teachers openly displayed their hatred. But this also reflected in Uzumaki's grades, even though the boy himself tried not to reveal his potential to others. On his way to the academy, Naruto, as always, felt the umbu watching him. He had become accustomed to it and didn't pay attention, but the umbu had changed. This rarely happened. Apparently, Hokage couldn't waste an outstanding umbu on some boy. The new umbu was a child. Strangely, the umbu was slightly older than Uzumaki. Probably 5 years, maybe more. He, like Naruto, was an Uchiha. The red-haired one trusted only the Uchiha and Uzumaki. Only representatives of his clans, only they were kind to the boy, even if he was a monster at this time. The Uchiha and Uzumaki felt a kinship on a cellular level. Even if they didn't understand it, they would trust and care for their relatives, no matter who they were. Naruto decided to reveal himself to this umbu, and after some time, to the rest of the Uchiha. As for the Uzumaki, they were almost exterminated. The boy knew who was to blame. But the Uzumaki clan still lived. Even if there were few of them left, the clan had a chance. Uzumaki Simi could have children and give them the Uzumaki surname, although this was not required. The Uzumaki clan is primarily distinguished by their ifuinjutsu hair. Members of the clan have red hair, and, oddly enough, the Uzumaki have a very strong gene, which is why the red tint predominates in the hair of all members of the clan. Thus, a red-haired person or one skilled in fuinjutsu could easily join the clan. Only Uzumaki could use fuinjutsu. All the surviving Uzumaki were scattered throughout the world, which was handled by the Seismido. They were looking for Uzumaki representatives and said they wanted to gather all the Uzumaki back into the clan, not just leave them alone. Everyone agreed, old men, children, and adults alike. Everyone remembered the times in Konoha before the accident. For now, the Uzumaki were in a hidden location, along with the time travelers. At the entrance to the academy, he was met by bullies and the boy who had almost stabbed Naruto. Uzumaki had awakened his Mengyokyu Sharingan. This was surprising, as no one close to him had died. Although Naruto himself had died then, his faith in people apparently counted as well. The bullies approached the red-haired boy and were about to strike, but Uzumaki quickly dodged and also scattered the boys, breaking a few bones. Activating his Mengyokyu Sharingan, the boy trapped them in a genjutsu, which showed them as having simply fallen down the stairs in a heap while going to guard the monster. Naruto, still with his manga activated, looked over to where the umbu were and gestured for silence, smiling. Itachi, under the raven mask, was dumbfounded. This boy, at 6 years old, had used the Sharingan manga and scattered bullies. Naruto's life reports only said that he was constantly beaten. And he didn't want to do anything about it. He simply ran away from the hospital before anyone saw him awake. The umbu liked Uzumaki's actions. He decided not to report anything to the Hokage for now and talk to this interesting child. In Naruto's classroom, Uzumaki was sitting in his seat, and to his left lay Shikamaru Nara. A very sleepy and lazy brunette, but very smart. There were fairly normal kids in Naruto's class, but there were still individuals. The individuals were the group that was now walking towards Naruto. This monster, Kiba said, "You'll amuse us today," grabbing the boy by the collar and pulling him towards himself. Of course, Inuzuka, the red-haired man, grinned and vanished from the individual's hands, leaving behind a mist. It was an illusion, but none of the children, of course, knew it. The herd leader shouted. Naruto was in his place, calmly reading a book. How did you get there? One of the gang asked, but no one answered. No one but the gang saw this because of the genjutsu they had cast around Naruto's desk. It wasn't real. It was just genjutsu. The gang was completely confused by the Mangekyu user, and after the technique was dispelled, Iruka arrived and scolded the bullies. To which they simply sat back down. Yumin began a shinobi history lesson. Uzumaki listened attentively, though he pretended not to. The story written in the book was very funny for a man who had lived through it all himself. Our village was founded by Hashirama Senju. He was also the greatest shinobi god and master of the unique wood element known as Makyutan. Until now, no one except for one Hokage has used this element. Naruto chuckled at the hand's words. Naruto, better listen and don't laugh at the whole room, the teacher shouted. Uzumaki didn't even pay attention. You all also know the greatest shinobi couple Madara Uchiha and Sei Uzumaki. Mom, Dad, the boy whispered quietly, looking in the direction where they were now. He clearly missed them. You also probably know about their child. About me, it's no less sad in a whisper. Naruto Uchiha. All children look at Naruto. The reincarnation of two children of the Sage of the Six Paths. Uzumaki's chuckle. Naruto. Just because you're named after a great man doesn't make you great. The boy, as always, ignored the sensei. Naruto Uchiha was considered the next sage of the Six Paths. How did he die, Iruka-sensei? Haruna asked. Sakura. No one knows for sure. Naruto Uchiha died with his mother. But even if he didn't die then, he certainly didn't survive into our time. His chakra surpassed that of a human. He can live as long as the tailed beasts, said Ruka to Sasuke. If he's still alive, then he's unlikely to have changed or just your age, sensei. Father, did you really leave the Uchiha clan some kind of clue? Uzumaki smiled at his own guess. Sasuke, I understand that such a loss was not very good for your clan, but Naruto Uchiha is dead, you shouldn't rely on an illusion and tell this alien thing to other children. And Ruka said this caustically and with visible hatred. Naruto was very angry. Sensei openly said that Sasuke was lying and slandering the spirits. Uzumaki grinned and laughed. Yes, Iruka-sensei, Naruto Uchiha is from the Uchiha clan, and they clearly know better than you, and you assure us otherwise. I want to remind you that Naruto Uchiha's father is a great shinobi, and his mind is clearly more developed than yours. The boy insulted the teacher. Naruto, stop contradicting me, they won't include only rumors in your school curriculum. This is all verified information, Yumina, or whatever Sensei makes you believe, was foaming at the mouth. Naruto smiled cheekily and no longer listened to the teacher. He was uninterested. After class. Thank you. The Uchiha approached the Jinchuriki. For what? The Uzumaki turned his gaze to the brunette, who was standing next to his desk. You supported me in front of Sensei. He hates the Uchiha. And not only us, apparently, Sasuke Tsuke. I also have a reason to defend your theory. Did you really inherit something from Madara? The red-haired man smiled at something. You could say that. But how do you know about this? The Uchiha asked suspiciously. You'll find out later. Do you know Itachi? Of course, he's my older brother. Even at 11 Wangbwa. Joined. And also the genius of our clan, the Tachi, spoke with admiration. Brunette. You have an interesting brother, will you introduce him? Naruto needed to talk to him. I don't. No, he's on a mission right now and is rarely home, Uchiha said sadly. Oh, I completely forgot. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, I hope for friendship. Uchiha, I'm also glad and hope for friendship. After the academy, Naruto made his first friend in this time, which made him happy. Previously, the red-haired one had also been friends with children such as Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo, as well as the children of Hashirama and Mito. All of them are most likely old or dead now. Naruto also knew little Tsunade. She was only 3 years old when they traveled through time, and Hiruzen and Danzi were about 15. He might still see Tsuna someday. The time travelers traveled 60 years, or maybe more. Hiruzen and Danzi might still be alive, but since they were shinobi, it was only a possibility. Being a shinobi is very dangerous. You can die even on the simplest mission. Uzumaki headed for first blood. He knew the Umbu would follow him. The red-haired man stopped near the Hokage's heads and looked towards the Uchiha. Itachi, come out. I need to discuss something with you, the Jinchuriki breathed, and the next second an Umbu appeared next to him. You're quite a censor, the brunette smiled, removing his mask. It was unnecessary, since his identity was already revealed. Uchiha also wanted to talk to the boy. Come with me. Naruto climbed onto the head of one of the Hokage, and the genius followed him, spilling some of his blood on the wall. What? Why? We need a place where no one will disturb us, the red-haired man exhaled, walking through the wall. And the Umbu cut his palm with a sword, and blood poured onto the wall. And Uzumaki put a seal. You can come in. The Uchiha went inside. Follow me. Naruto calmly walked down the corridor and turned left near the door. Itachi didn't need to explain, and he followed him. As soon as he saw what this shelter was, the Umbu was surprised, and his jaw automatically dropped to the floor. How could a 6-year-old boy know about such a shelter? About shedding his blood? About turning around, and its location. Sit down, the conversation will be long. The red-haired man pointed to a chair, and sat down on the sofa himself. Why do you trust me? This question was primarily interested in the genius, and he sat down. We are from the same clan. I have no reason not to trust you. You will still take my side, and everyone else Uchiha. You feel a kinship, right? Yes, but from the same clan. But you're an Uzumaki, Brunette said in surprise. What I'm about to tell you, nobody from this time knows. Absolutely nobody. You must not report what is happening to anyone. I truly do not know what my father left you as an inheritance. He did not tell me about it, but I know that you know more about me than anyone. My real name is Naruto Uchiha. I am the son of Madara Uchiha and Sei Uzumaki. I am that very Naruto Uchiha. Please tell me what my father left you about me. Of course, I can ask him, but right now he is very busy protecting the Uchiha. What? Naruto Uchiha. But you are dead, and everyone knows about it. And protecting the Uchiha. Brunette was nervous. Today at the academy, your brother argued with the hand about my death. He said that I have a lot of life energy, chakra, and that I could not die. What did my father leave you about me? And about protection? They wanted to destroy the Uchiha. I saw his manga, his appearance, as in the portrait, but he is younger and is the son of 4 Hokage, as it says in his dossier. He also talks about destroying the clan, which I know about. I think I can trust him, and he's telling the truth, Itachi reasoned. Trust me, I I'll tell you everything, but I need to know about my father's legacy. Madara-san left us scrolls, as well as a legacy stone. His son has a lot written and drawn on it. But you can only find out what's there with the permission of the head of my father's clan. Also, that's not all. Many things are only shown to those who possess the Mangekyo, Uchiha said calmly. Naruto told Itachi everything that happened at the academy, about his power, about time travel, about the threat in his past life, about his friends, and also about how he was replaced by 4 Hokage in place of his deceased child. Itachi became more and more surprised with every word. Hiruzen and Danzi. Naruto, don't you know who they are now? They're alive. Uzumaki jumped up. Hiruzen Sarutobi is now the 3 Hokage. Ashimura Danzo is his right hand and captain of Ambicorn. The red-haired man put his hands to his face and cried. He had already buried his former best friends, but fortunately they were alive. Naruto spent the night in the shelter. In the morning, Uzumaki woke up early as always, and the boy decided to establish contact with the tailed beast inside him. The red-haired man sat in the lotus position and peered into his mind. The environment resembled a sewer. The water was ankle-deep, and the colors around were swampy. Naruto walked a few meters and saw a huge cage with the same seal. Behind the cage, 2 large red eyes were visible. Well, I don't envy you living in such a place, the boy said sadly. You've come as a jailer. Kyubi said rudely. I'm not your jailer. I'll be a friend, not a usurper. What's your name? Ninetales is just a nickname, like Kyubi. It would simply be impolite to call you by your nickname. Don't you think? Naruto scratched the back of his head. My name is Kurama, and you really are, it seems, the future sage of the 6 paths, the fox said calmly. My name is Uchiha. Naruto, but I'm not going to use my eyes against you, Kurama. I don't know about the sage of the 6 paths thing. Everyone seems to keep saying that, but I don't think I'm strong enough for that title. So why did you come here, Naruto? The tailed beast asked intrigued. No real reason. I just thought we should get acquainted, since I'm your Jinchuriki. By the way, how do I remove this cage? Uzumaki spoke freely, seeing no point in hiding anything from his new friend. Why do you need to remove this cage? It's holding me back. Kurama, you won't be able to absorb me, you won't be able to take over my body or harm me in any way. I'm strong enough to maintain my right to my body. If you don't like me, I'll simply free you. I won't die or become weaker from this. Maybe everyone is right, and I am the future Rikuta Sanyan. Even if I need to awaken the Rinnegan, then I will become a true sage of the 6 paths. In any case, that is a long way off. My father once said that a person would appear who would completely surpass his power. That person will ask one of the tailed beasts for a name, and he will change this world. Naruto Uchiha, you are that person. You are the first to ask the tailed beasts for a name. I sense my father's chakra from you. I want you to be my Jinchuriki. I will also teach you some of my father's techniques and help you awaken the eyes of God. But I will not do this alone. I will contact the other tailed beasts soon and find out their intentions. Kyubi said judiciously. Thank you, Kurama. Since I need to remove this cage, and it is also advisable to change this terrible place. Is it possible to make it so that I remain your Jinchuriki, but you could be outside of my body? Naruto wouldn't be very comfortable if he had to constantly enter consciousness to train with the fox. Uzumaki didn't like the interior here at all. Yes, he liked dark colors, but not swampy ones. His tailed beast probably doesn't particularly like this dump of a place either. Break the seal. Put these seals down, they will appear in your head. This is also your consciousness. And you can change it as you wish. The boy did everything, changed the place into a gigantic and endless green field, and the ceiling was a sunny sky. This is the kind of place you really want to be in. The academy. Naruto was sitting in class, but he wasn't listening to the teacher. The boy was thinking about what had happened during this time. Just releasing the tailed beast would scare everyone to death. For other people, Uzumaki was definitely crazy for releasing the 9 tails, which was now lying on the boy's lap. The Kyubi was from an ordinary, a small fox with 1 tail. It turns out that tailed creatures can create their own bodies and change their size, number of tails, and eye color. When Uzumaki walked into class with a small fox around his neck, everyone stared only at him. No one forbade animals from coming to the academy, but no one did. Because they knew Iruka Sansei was allergic to fur. This didn't bother the boy. You could say it was a declaration of war. Uchiha Sasuke was late for his first lesson and didn't arrive until the middle. The brunette wasn't scolded, but simply asked to be on time next time. After the first lesson, Kiba's group approached the red-haired boy's desk. "Oh, the demon's got a girlfriend. What do you think we should do with it?" Inazuka chuckled, turning to his group. "What if we kill this fox?" said a blonde. "If it doesn't eat you, you can try." "That's not an easy fox," Uzumaki said, looking out the window. Sasuke approached the table. "Hello, Naruto," the boy smiled, ignoring the individuals. "How was yesterday?" "Hello. Yeah, I thought everything was normal for me. Why are you late?" The Jinchuriki shifted his gaze from the window to his interlocutor. He remarked, "I didn't think you paid attention to those around you." "I trained with my brother before he left for his mission," the brunette said. Naruto just looked at the tree from which Itachi was watching him and smiled, mouthing the words. "You?" "Well, yes, Itachi is always on this mission. You're lucky you caught him." The red-haired man grinned. After the academy, Naruto made his way to the Hokage building. At the academy, the Jinchuriki only talked to Sasuke, ignoring the teachers. Yumina kept sneezing during his lesson and glaring angrily at the boy with the fox around his neck. The future sage of the 6 paths walked and thought about what exactly he would say to his old best friend. Hiruzen was a smart child, he remembered everything well along with Danzo and Naruto. He was a student of Tabarama Senju, but he was only closest to the red-haired sensei. It wasn't that the others were weak. There was just something about Zumaku that said he valued him most. Taber's promise to Misei also gave her a reason to spend more time with her son and get to know him. But this didn't stop all the students of the 2 Akagi from being best friends. Even if Naruto was younger, age didn't stop the children from communicating, because the Jinchuriki was a genius of 2 clans, and also very smart for a child. At the entrance to the Hokage's office, the Umbu calmly let Naruto in, and he kicked the door open. "Long time no see, monkey," his old friend chuckled. "Who are you and what are you talking about?" he said reproachfully to the 3 Hokage. "That's it, Hiruzen, I won't come to you anymore. Old senile man." Uzumaki was extremely insulted. "Only a few decades have passed, and you've forgotten me. Pfft, in 5 years I'll tell you everything." He left the village of Namrasmatica. And he himself still can't find the time. Who am I? Come on, use your brain, monkey. Naruto sat down on a chair near the Hokage's desk. If Danzo continues to be this slow, then I'll forget that you are my best friends. Naruto, but that's impossible. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? Asked Sarutobi. Yeah, right. Don't you want an Uchiha? Naruto Uchiha. That can't be. What nonsense are you talking about, boy? The village head got angry. Hiruzen. Yes, I understand. It's hard to believe. So I also look younger, but we even gave a hint in this time. My name remained the same on purpose. I actually thought you were dead until Itachi told me yesterday that you're a mega pervert, a monkey from one of the Vilina Hokage. Tell me, how did Tabarama Snake even choose you? He flipped a coin. The future sage of 6 paths was indignant. Really, you're Naruto? Show me the Thunder God technique and Makutan. Only Naruto Uchiha knows Makutan and can create several objects at once. Oh, then we need to go to the roof so you can see it. Naruto got up from his chair and walked over to Hiruzen. Remember? You need to touch me. The Hokage did so and found himself on the roof. Look at Mount Hokage. The boy teleported directly to the mountain where all the Hokage had been pulled out and built several houses with his Makutan. They were well-built wooden houses, but there were about 30 of them. The Jinchuriki teleported back to Sarutobi, whose cheeks were streaming with tears. Hiruzen waited so long for someone to come and tell him his best friend wasn't dead, but alive. The old man waited for this for several years, but no one came, and he resigned himself to it. See? Now let's return to your office, and what I'm about to tell you will be extremely important information for you too. As a Hoka, it's worth hearing it, as well as fulfilling certain requests. Yes, monkey, I'm back. Naruto told his aging friend everything Itachi had said yesterday, adding that the time travelers wanted to settle the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, right on Mount Hokage. He also said that Hashirama and Madara would be living there, in addition to the Uzumaki. The red-haired one also didn't forget to tell him to also transport the Jinchuriki to his clan, and that the orphans' salaries needed to be raised. Naruto decided that in a couple of years, he would tell the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki everything. Uzumaki also told him about the academy and the teachers, but asked not to change them, but simply for Hokage to be present at the final exams. Then the boy will reveal part of his power. Naruto, I still can't believe what's happening. Danzo and I mourned you for years. By the way, Danzo couldn't. Should I call him here? I need to tell him something. And please, tell him the whole story later. I somehow didn't think of it. The boy scratched the back of his head. Oh, what should we do with you, Naruto? Good. Raven, hello, Itachi, the Uzumaki smiled. Raven, you must call Danzo-samu here right now and tell him that this is connected with Naruto Uchiha and his death, he ordered. The 3 Hokage. Hi. The brunette disappeared. Ah, Hiruzen. Itachi is so similar to Danzo in childhood. The same smart genius. But Itachi is still superior to Danzo. Uchihas don't care about strength, what matters to them is family, the Jinchuriki reminisced. 5 minutes later, the head of Root came running noisily into the Hokage's office. What is known about his death? Shimura shouted. I didn't die, I traveled to the future, forgive me. The red-haired man said calmly. After talking with Danzo, Uzumaki barely survived. His friend was furious and cursed the Jinchuriki, but by the end of the story, Shimura was almost in tears. After talking with Hokage and the head of Root, Naruto went to the hideout of the time travelers and the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, the boy used the Thunder God's technique. As soon as the new chakra was sensed in the barrier, they knew who had appeared at their hideout. The red-haired man approached the tent of one Hokage and his wife. The child's parents were there, too. Hashira-san, the current acting Hokage, is Hiruzen. I told him everything. And Danzu is the last left hand of the Hokage. I came to tell you that the Uzumaki clan can officially return to Konoha and live on Mount Hokage. So please give the others good news. Father, why didn't you tell me you left the Uchiha a clue about our existence? Especially mine? The Jinchuriki looked at Chernogorosov with a hint of anger. The other day, we had a shinobi history lesson. And one Uchiha theorized that Uchiha Naruto couldn't have died because of the monstrous amount of chakra. I want to know what you left them. Son, I only remember giving them a hint, and not much of it. You must understand how many years have passed. I understand that you consider me irresponsible, but apparently I erased my own memory of what I wrote. I guess you'll have to find out for yourself. Sorry, Madara spoke seriously, and then scratched his head. Yeah, I can see where Naruto got that habit from. Fine, in any case, return to the village. I'll live with you too. Hashira. Ma-san, I've built several buildings. Please continue my work and turn this mountain into a true Uzumaki clan territory. The boy bowed and disappeared. Naruto teleported to the seal in his now former apartment. The red-haired man gathered his belongings and sealed them in a scroll. Even though it was large. He spent part of his time in the First Blood, but his apartment also contained quite a lot of things. At the academy, Uzumaki sat in his place. Kurama decided whether to appear to him in reality or not. Now the fox was in the mind of his Jinchuriki and asleep. After his transformation, it was pleasant to be there. Only Sasuke still spoke to Naruto. Itachi had also become close to the boy. Even more so than his younger brother. All the children, except the Uchihas, despised him and sincerely did not understand why someone like Uchiha Sasuke would pay attention to a demon. After the academy, the red-haired one went to the Uzumaki clan's place. The territory was already developed with a bunch of wooden buildings. Wooden plaques with names also hung on the houses. The boy came here for his wood elemental teacher and to leave his things, which he had previously sealed with a scroll. Sand was free, which was surprising, since the clan had only reached the village a few hours ago. Naruto, I want to repeat to you that Makutan is primarily your imagination. Whatever you imagine from wood, just do it. We haven't talked about the wood element yet. You've already started to have a pretty good grasp of it. So, imagine something big. The training took place a little further away from the Uzumaki clan, and no one would be able to notice. This freed the boy's hands. Makutan is the tree of life. The red-haired man said, and a few meters away, a large tree grew, almost touching the sky. But it only seemed that way. Multicolored veins glowed brightly in the tree's bark. What is this? Sand pointed to the veins. You could say it's a tree that produces chakra. And if you do this, Uzumaki touched the tree with one hand and made a seal with the other, you can absorb its chakra, concentrating your own. I didn't think it was possible. I simply poured Kurama's chakra and my own into it in a ratio of 6:1. The training continued, but Naruto developed his mind, sometimes creating large structures. The boy put in maximum effort. He fantasized, drew, and wrote some poetry. Hashirama was next to him, monitoring his progress. During his training, Uzumaki created a large forest and a 3-story building. All of this will definitely come in handy someday. The second year passed. The boy trained every day with Hashirama and Kurama. It was a frantic regimen, because the body also needed to be re-prepared. After the time travel, the body returned to its original development. All strength and knowledge remained. But physical strength can also be developed again. Uzumaki became even stronger, and his clan grew and regained its former power thanks to the boy's mother. Sei Uzumaki was the head of the clan along with Mito. She, by the way, gave birth to a girl. But that's not what I'm talking about. Sei was the official head. Clan, and the wife of one Hokage helped and supported her. Now the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans were tied for power and influence. The Hyuga clan had 2 places, and the Yamanaka had 3. Then came Shlinara and Inazuka, which greatly irritated Kiba, who shouted everywhere that his clan was still the strongest. And he hated the Uchiha and Uzumaki. Deep down, he vowed to destroy them. If you wondered why the Uchiha and Uzumaki were in the same place, no one could compare them. These clans were terrifyingly strong, and they avenged their relatives with particular cruelty. Everyone says that these clans inherited their feelings from Sei Uzumaki and Madara Uchiha, as they were the ones who had a strong sense of kinship. They also say that they couldn't forgive betrayal, which was passed down to their ancestors. In fact, some of this is true. Betraying Madara and Sei was impossible. Those who did were either burned alive or slowly destroyed from within, then cut into pieces and thrown into some ditch. The pair were truly admired by their clans. Sei was now truly the clan head, even under her own name. But everyone, except her clanmates, thought she was simply named after a great man, like Uzumaki Naruto. At the academy, everyone still despised Naruto, except Sasuke and Shikamaru. He didn't care. And Ina, too. She also talked to the boy. She wanted to befriend him, because Uzumaki was a very interesting person. He didn't show it at the academy, but his mind was far more advanced than any of the teachers. The red-haired man decided to tell Monica everything. The girl believed her friend completely and was very happy to be trusted. The boy also trapped the girl's blood in the first blood entry seal. Over the past 2 years, she had become friends with Naruto and would tell Sakura that her friend was a loser, a monster, who would achieve nothing and die in a ditch somewhere. The Jinchuriki hadn't yet told Sasuke or his clans anything, but he would when he became a shinobi. Some also talked behind Naruto's back about how he hadn't been accepted into the clan because of his wretchedness, that the red-haired man simply couldn't handle being a shinobi. Communication with Itachi was also in full swing. Uchiha Imanaka had also become friends. The 3 of them often spent time in the hideout, discussing many things. The brunette and Ina asked their friend to train them. Due to Naruto's innate talent for penetration, they were able to learn them very easily. Itachi learned low chakra but powerful fire and earth techniques, as well as the Mangekyo Sharingan. On one mission, Wanbu's close colleague was killed, and Uchiha was present and awakened his manja. Yamanaka studied mind techniques. She often trained her consciousness and strengthened it without building walls. The blonde also had a water elemental. The red-haired man worked on this as well. The girl had little chakra. But just like the brunette, he taught her low-cost techniques with great power. The 3 of them had grown significantly smarter and stronger in their 2nd year. Naruto didn't forget his old friends either. He visited them once a week, learning new things, simply talking with them, and even challenging them a couple of times. The old friends were very happy about Uzumaki and his sudden resurrection. Danzo restructured a lot of his mind and became kinder, more sensitive, and began smiling often. Sarutobi began consulting the red-haired man on important matters and also became less busy. If something was bothering the village, the boy would inform his family. Naruto also realized that he considered Hashirama his family. It's not that he didn't know. It's just that Hokage was his teacher, and Uzumaki didn't think much of it. All the village's problems were solved. Madara, Saishirama, or even a simple Shinakla on the Uzumaki could have done it, which was a good thing, since they accepted Konoha as their home again. None of their own died on such missions. The Uzumaki clan, by the way, made a living by trading various seals and undertaking covert missions. I'm talking about the mission above. The red-haired one didn't give anyone a chance to learn anything about his secrets. The boy acted like a stupid child, kind and naive. Naruto pretended very well. No one doubted his stupidity. 3 years passed. Naruto trained every day using shadow clones, but the original always went to the academy. He liked it that way. No, not sitting through useless lessons. The red-haired one liked watching people despise him. Overall, his years in this time, he had become so accustomed to being disdained that he took pleasure in appearing in public more often. Uzumaki sat in class and wondered what all those people who had hated him for so long would do when they learned that the Jinchuriki were considered gods. All those people's faces were pierced with mortal fear. Everyone knew that Naruto Uchiha was the most powerful shinobi in the history of chakra. The future sage of the 6 paths was still pondering what he would do with all these people. He certainly wasn't going to kill them, because who else would despise the genius of 2 clans? Naruto's legend was told everything by Fugakuchiha, who was the head of the clan and showed Naruto all the clues his father left behind. The Uchihas knew that Naruto Uchiha wasn't dead and would soon make his presence known. But only the wielders of mangaka knew that there would be time travel and that the clan would one day he would be able to meet his legends. The entire clan prayed for the well-being of Naruto and Madara Uchiha. They believed in their arrival, and some even asked before their deaths to greet the legends in the most dignified manner. The red-haired man also told Shisui everything, and he, too, became the legend's best friend. Over the course of 3 years, Naruto became closer to all his friends, but he still hadn't told Sasuke anything, but he wasn't a fool either. Nothing changed at the academy. Although his classmates began to hate the Jinchuriki even more, Naruto only added fuel to the fire, and his friends eventually realized Uzumaki's plan and, seemingly accidentally, compared the red-haired man to Sasuke, saying that Sasuke wasn't even a match for Tom. Samuchiha also contributed to this plan. Incidentally, Uzumaki Karen came to the academy because of the death of her parents. The future sage of the 6 paths told her about the clan on Mount Hokage and that she would be welcomed there as one of his own. Karen was adopted by Naruto's parents. He didn't object and welcomed the girl as his own sister. He called her little sister even more often than by her name. The red-haired, bespectacled girl was told everything. She accepted it all and said she never really had a family. And everyone in the village hated her. When Karen learned about Konoha, where everyone treated each other well, she decided to come to the village. The red-eyed girl was overjoyed to have a family, as she had never even heard of her previous relatives. Naruto introduced his sister to his friends back at the academy, and they accepted her. Karen was trained by both Sei and her brother. He gave the girls blood for entry, first blood. Jinchuriki secretly carried out missions of rank. And all assignments were recorded in the academy student's personal file. Communication with the Hokage and his deputy also continued. Politics changed, and the territory of the village hidden in the foliage expanded. When did the two Hokage finally find the time? If you didn't understand, it's better to reread the last chapter. He also went with Naruto to his students and gave Saratobe advice. The boy completed training with Hashirama and even learned the hermit mode, Hokage alone. The training with Kurama never ended, and Naruto almost awakened the Rinnegan. Kyuubi also taught Uzumaki the Bijou mode, and he mastered Shinjutsu perfectly. Terama appeared exactly on the 5th year of living in this time. 2. Hokage told his friends a lot. For example, about 30 years ago, there was a shinobi war, where Hashirama lost Nawaki, his grandson and Tsuna's brother. Hokage alone recovered for a week after this story. Now, in this time, the god of shinobi has only his youngest son and granddaughter, Tsunade, left. Terama immediately began training the Jinchuriki in First Blood and was very shocked when a brunette with long hair came to his secret hideout. The red-haired man apologized for not telling the Jinchuriki that his closest friends knew about this place. After his friend's explanation, Itachi politely introduced himself. The third-year Senju had been teaching the clan genius the remaining techniques he hadn't managed to teach the red-haired man in the past. Fortunately, the third year was enough for Naruto to learn everything. Now, teacher and student were developing new techniques, enhancing their bodies with alchemy, and discovering that Hashirama's cells weren't actually present in the Jinchuriki's body. This news meant that Uzumaki had awakened Makutan himself. It was incredible. There were 2 months left until graduation from the academy. And in addition to the 3 Hokage and Danzo, 1 or 2 Hokage would also be present at the graduation exam, but they would be wearing black cloaks and umbu masks. As soon as Madara learned of this, he changed his clothes and broke into the Hokage's office. "This is my son, and I will also be present at his exam, as will Hashirama." The Uchiha burst into the 3 Hokage. "Madara-san, your wife will not be present," said a frightened Hiruzen. "Say will not be. But she will still see this through me. I apologize for such an abrupt appearance." Madara Uchiha himself bowed. Even though he is great, he still respects the Hokage of this village. For 2 months, the boy trained with Karin, Ina, and Sasuke. And Itachi and Shisui helped everyone, except Naruto, of course. He trained in the super brutal regimen to which he was accustomed and himself helped everyone train. As the exam consisted of 2 parts, theory and practice. The theory included tests on all the core subjects taught at the academy over the years. The practice included creating a clone and transforming it into someone else. This, of course, was too easy for all of Uzumaki's friends. The red-haired boy decided to prove himself during the exam because he wanted to see the faces of the teachers and his classmates, who despised and hated the boy. Time passed quickly, but during this time, Naruto made a significant breakthrough. The boy awakened the Rinnegan and spent most of the time before the exam training his new power. Within a month and a half, the Jinchuriki was already able to control 2 of the 6 paths. This was an astonishing result, even for an Uzumaki. The Deva path and the Azura path were completely under Naruto's control. After Naruto's training, he had several living machines, or rather, Jinchuriki, while walking through the forest, finding wounded animals. Thus, the boy found the forest without a paw and tail using the Azura path. He replaced the fox's lost paw with a mechanical one, and his tail with 9 tails, which also served as weapons and were activated by the beast's own will. He also had an owl eye. A lie replaced the eyes of the Rinnegan, pouring their chakra into the bird. A bear without fangs, paws, and several organs replaced its fangs with indestructible metal, and its paws with mechanical ones. And instead of processor organs and motors, a wolf without paws. replaced them with high-speed paws, and a ferret without eyes and a tail replaced them with X-ray vision and a tail that could unleash some kind of elemental jutsu. Kazumaki helped all these animals, and they decided to stay with him. The red-haired man was very infuriated by the ruthlessness of people, because all this was done by people. Animals can transmit thoughts to Kurama, and Naruto found and killed those werewolves with the same slow torment. First, he gouged out their eyes, ripped out their nails one by one, tore off their fingers, ears, feet, hands, and nose with eyelids, and then fed them to his pet. He wasn't very keen on using genjutsu. The academy was at the door to the classroom. Naruto, like all the other children, stood near the door, talking with Sasuke's sister and Ina. "Do you think this idiot monster will escape the exam?" Kiba said loudly enough, and not only the Jinchuriki heard it. "Of course. He will. He won't even pass part of the exam," said a blonde and laughed. "Hey, you," shouted the Uchiha. Sasuke said seriously to Naruto. "Sorry." The brunette bowed. "How can Sasuke-kun even behave like that towards this freak?" Sakura whispered. "The freak? You're talking about yourself, thick-headed one. If you're jealous of Naruto, you should just say it outright." Imanaka came out from behind Uzumaki. "Oh, you jerk. I didn't think you'd really stoop that low. Is it all just to be Sasuke-kun?" Haruna cringed. "Just because you're interested in him doesn't mean I am. Either. My tastes are better than yours. I like Naruto. He confessed to you once. He won't do it again. So don't regret it." Sakura. Ina approached the girl with the pink hair. "Are you an idiot?" the girl asked and laughed. "Regret that she rejected this, Haruna laughed again. "My god. You jerk, how have your standards fallen, you idiot? This trash," pointing at the red-haired guy, "won't even pass the exam. And even if he does, he'll be in last place." Sakura laughed. "Thick-headed, you'll be crawling at Naruto and me's feet more than once. You better accept it right now." Haruna slapped her, and Uzumaki, who had been standing calmly before, approached his friend. "Ina. Are you okay?" the Jinchuriki said angrily. "Pft, should have taken care of yourself. At least she'll do something, and you'll die somewhere in a ditch." Red-haired Sasuke looked at his friend. He understood. The Uchiha appeared behind Sakura and held a kunai to her throat. "I knew, of course, that you, but, apparently, you'll die even earlier than after the first mission." The insignificant, Sasuke said in a trembling voice, the hairy rose. "You're messing with the wrong guy," Grayunet said, moving the kunai and leaving a cut from which blood flowed. "No. Don't kill her today." Naruto straightened up. "Ina, do what you want with her, but don't kill her." He hugged his friend and let go. "Karen, forgive me." For that scene, the girl's brother scratched the back of his head. "Nothing. Brother, it was interesting." The red-haired girl grinned. There were no more arguments, and Ina simply responded to Haruna with the same slap. And returned to her group. Irika arrived with Hikage and a group of 3. Umbu in black cloaks in the auditorium. The first part of the exam went easily, but when Irika began checking the red-haired one's work, he didn't believe it. "Naruto. Did you cheat?" the teacher shouted at the student. "No, he didn't." Hikage himself said. "Hokage-sama? This boy is very stupid. He couldn't have done so well on the test." His Yumino asserted. "Only 100 points out of 100, Uzumaki himself smirked. "How can you insult your student?" Hiruzen was indignant. "The first part. of the exam was passed, and Naruto Uzumaki was in first place. Now the classmates began to take turns creating clones and transforming into their sensei. The best result so far was 3 clones. Kihasaski's brunette approached his hand. Begin. He created 10 shadow clones and turned them into his friends and family. Good. Very good. Zumaki's Karen girl also approached. Begin. The red-haired one created 9 shadow clones. Sakura Haruna. Rose hair. Created only 2 clones and transformed them into Sasuke. P.F. Uzumaki Naruto. Jinchuriki stood next to Hokage and his father. I don't expect much from you. At least create 1 clone. Wumina chuckled, because the red-haired one had definitely copied the first part of the exam. The Rinnegan wielder, without performing a hand seal, created 2 half-clones. Naruto, that's enough. Come on, show me your strength, the boy's father said. Dad, okay. The red-haired one said quietly. And still without performing a hand seal, he created so many clones that they filled the entire classroom. The weakling pronounced. To Hokage. Okay, teacher, I understand. Naruto's clones stood in the hallway, on the roof, and in the street. They transformed into all the Akagi and the Jinchuriki's friends, often repeating, so why did you have to do that? You'll see their faces, turning to the 3 Manbu, pointing towards his classmates with envious and fearful expressions. You've shown your strength, Hashirama said. The next day, all the students came to their classrooms. They were to be assigned to teams and given sensei. Naruto received a scolding from his father and Tabarama sensei, but Hashirama, on the contrary, praised him for showing his strength and true nature. The Uzumaki arrived together and sat in their seats, friends or not. They weren't talking out of excitement, like the others, but simply wondering who they would get. Itachi had become a teacher and would be training someone from the graduating class. Yumina came in, picked up the lists, and began reading them. There he was, talking about Team 7. Team 7, Karen, Aina, and Hinata. Teacher, Tachi Uchiha. The red-haired girl looked at her brother. He took her hand and hugged her. Team 8, Tenten, Rock Lee, and Niji. Teacher, Guy Hyuga prayed to all the gods. Team 9, Sasuke, Sakura. Haruna cried out in happiness. Naruto. The girl's expression changed to disgust. Teacher, Kakashi. Team 10, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji. Inazuka looked around at the team members and cursed, Teacher, Asuma Sarutobi. The Jinchuriki cursed, looking at the useless Sakura, and saw Sasuke, who did the same. Your teachers will be here, so wait for them. And Ruka left the classroom. How did I even end up on Naruto's team? Sasuke and I will have to protect him. The pink-haired girl was indignant. Do you remember what he did at the exam? Said some girl. Pfft, I doubt it's him, this, weakling. Who can't do something like that? The owner of the Rinnegan listened to these insults and laughed out loud, quite loudly. All the teachers quietly came and took their students. But Itachi and Kakashi did not come like that. Itachi arrived about 20 minutes after the end of the assignment. I'm sorry, I couldn't get free, said the long-haired brunette. Itachi. Sama, could you tell me how Sasuke and I can be on a team with this worthless one? Complained Sakura, grabbing the guy by the sleeve. Anita, how are you? Hokage has buried you in paperwork again. The Uchiha nodded. I could have helped. Ah, sorry, Ida, I'm disturbing you while you talk to the fangirls. said the Jinchuriki, smiling menacingly. If you meant Naruto, then go to hell while you're still alive. Shut up. The Umbu pushed away the girl holding him. So. Hinata Hyuga, I am Itachi Uchiha and I will be your sensei. What? Why do you only introduce yourself? To me, the Byakugan owner was surprised. These two already know me well enough. The brunette approached the girls and hugged them. If you suddenly fell in love with my sister, wait for her and marry her, and I will not give her to anyone but you, brother, the red-haired man said, and his sister blushed. The Jinchuriki said this in a mutual half-whisper. Naruto wanted to break free from Uzumaki, but Itachi held her back. Karen, don't pay attention, he is telling the truth. Interested? No, Uzumaki was embarrassed. Team 9's teacher arrived 3 hours after Uchiha. Sorry I'm late, I lost my way, the ashen-haired man said, but he was pinned to the wall by hundreds of kunai. Naruto had thrown them. Heh, kid, and you're not bad. How could I? Uzumaki said mockingly and let out a chuckle. That's only 3 flexes. Stupid. How can you treat sensei like that? Sakura slapped the Jinchuriki, who looked at her and smirked, glancing at Sasuke. P.F. Haruna laughed. The future sage of the 6 paths. Okay, I want to introduce myself. I'm Hitaki Kakashi, a jounin who was in Umbu. The girl from your team and your teacher are dead. Your father hanged himself. Now, Uzumaki spoke. I'll teach you and go on missions with you, but first, let's tell you about yourself. Hitaki ignored the fact that the boy knew classified information. Sensei, give me an example, said the haired rose. Hitaki Kakashi, what I love is unimportant for you to know. I hate a lot of things. Target, I won't say. You start. He points at the green-eyed one. Sakura Haruna. I love the look on Sasuke. I hate the look on Naruto. My goal is to become a strong kunoichi. Now you pointed to the brunette. Uchiha, I like few things and dislike many things. My goal, the look on the red-haired one, is to help one person with his destiny. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I hate betrayal, clingy people and the weak. I love friends, hateful and envious glances, nutritious food. My goal is that soon everyone will recognize it and feel our difference. Okay, you're interesting. Tomorrow, come to the 9 o'clock training ground at 5 a.m. and don't eat, or you'll throw up. Sensei left. Sakura clung to Sasuke, and he talked to Uzumaki, ignoring the girl's questions. Jinchuriki didn't like the sensei. He was too strange and was late. The next morning, he still had breakfast. Even if he didn't want to, he would have had to. The red-haired boy's mother wouldn't let him leave the house empty-handed, she'd burn him alive. Hitaki was 2 hours late again. This time, there were no kunai, but a katana, which pinned the jonin to a tree, stopping a centimeter from the man's crotch. One more delay, and it'll hit 2 centimeters higher. Uzumaki said. I was just helping an old lady cross the street, Kakashi explained, swallowing a lump in his throat. Vochiraku with a book, the red-haired boy clarified. So, what do you need? You need to take these 2 bells from me. Whoever doesn't get the bell will be sent back to the academy. Wait. How? We passed the exam, Haruna said fearfully. Sakura, this is an additional test, Pepelvalova replied. You can begin. Everyone hid. Sasuke and Naruto discussed the plan, while the girl with the pink hair was trembling somewhere. Look where he is, said Brunette. How? I don't have a Byakugan. The foolish Jinchuriki turned on. God, do you seriously think I didn't guess? I know who you are, Naruto. So look where he is. Uzumaki activated his Rinnegan and looked to the side. Sensei. He's reading a book under a tree for 10 hours. I suggest we test his strength first. He's been hit by my attacks before, but anything is possible. His friends threw several hundred kunai. The teacher dodged, but a couple still grazed his clothes. Sasuke, I create clones, they attack him, and I use the Virgo path. You use a charred technique on him. It doesn't matter which one, the Uzumaki said. Attack with killing intent, otherwise you won't be able to defeat me, Sensei asserted. A couple dozen Naruto clones ran out from behind the trees and attacked Kakashi with taijutsu. He fought and tried to vaporize the clones, but they didn't disappear after the blows. The Jinchuriki infused them with Kurama's chakra. The tailed beast himself said it would strengthen them. While Taki fought the clones, Sakura hid behind the rocks. Suddenly, something draws people Vlasov to the real Naruto, and the clones, along with Sasuke, use fire techniques on the sensei. The Jonin passed out and was covered in burns. The boys took the bells. The red-haired one cloned one and threw it at Haruna. You're weak. While we were sorting this out, you were hiding. This fight was specifically for teamwork, but we're not going to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. We're not going to save you either. You don't deserve it, and I'm giving it to you because Sasuke and I can't get through this without you. Remember that. Uzumaki and Uchiha dragged Kakashi's body to the hospital. Hatake woke up a few hours later, his body covered in bandages, and his whole body ached. The Jinchuriki was sitting next to his teacher, sleeping. Naruto, what happened? Pepelvalova said hoarsely. Sasuke and I defeated you, and Sakura was useless again. I know it was a test, but Haruna won't be able to become a normal shinobi. Forgive me for the injuries, the red-haired man replied without opening his eyes. Everything is fine. I'll recover in a couple of days, and we'll take on our first mission together. Kakashi, as he said, recovered in a couple of days. The Jonin and the team met in Hokage's office. Ashna Valavi wasn't even late. Team number 9. Your first assignment will be the Bairanga mission. Your goal is to guard the architect in the land of waves and ensure he builds the bridge. After the mission, return to the village within a week. Hokage-sama, we're only genin, and the Bairanga mission is for Chunin. How can we handle that? Rosehair cried out indignantly. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi can handle this mission just fine. You can just stay out of it, otherwise you'll only cause trouble. Try not to die, Sakura. By the way, even Team 7 went on Bairang's mission, Hiruzen replied. Now it's clear why Karen and Anatolis, Uzumaki smiled. They have a Hyuga on their team, Uchiha asked. Yes, Hinata, she's quite strong, but we can train her if you want. Sasuke teased his Jinchuriki friend, and Haruna only looked at them with envy. You can go on your mission. If your rank suddenly increases, that's your decision. Rutobi finished his cigarette and took a drag from his pipe. Team 9 went home to gather everything they needed. An hour later, they met at the village gate, but Johnny was already 15 minutes late. This time, the red-haired one would definitely kill him. Hatake showed up, 2 hours late. Nobu, Uzumaki said, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a fox ran at the Jonin, biting his legs and launching shuriken, kunai, and even Kakashi-sensei swords from its tail. I told you what would happen if you were late again. The fox disappeared, and the red-haired one approached. The battered ash-haired one with a kunai in his hand. I'm giving you one last chance. The boy put the kunai away and headed for the village exit. The brunette followed him, and Haruna went to the sensei, trying to heal him. The children met the client and discussed all possible attacks. Naruto spent most of his time talking with Tazuna-san, calmly learning their rank and possible strength. The old man was clearly nervous, constantly complaining that these children couldn't protect him. 2 days of walking along the lower path. The lower path is walking on the ground. The upper path. Through the trees, like shinobi, they passed peacefully. But then Uzumaki noticed puddles and stopped. A puddle. It had rained almost a month ago. This is strange. Could it really be that they are finally enemies? The boy stopped everyone and told them not to move. Judy, Nobu, said the red-haired man, and again the fox appeared out of nowhere. But this time, with the large bear, they approached the puddle and tore apart two. Nukinen. The Jinchuriki approached and sealed the enemies' bodies in a scroll. Come on. Naruto, what? Was that just now? Beasts. But they're metal. Explain yourself, Hataki said. My animals are mechanized. They were on the brink of death, and I helped them survive. Now they've decided to serve me. Each of them has a name, the end. Sasuke, let's go. We'll talk at the same time. Uzumaki and Brunette went ahead. Naruto, even I didn't know about your animals. So, when did you have time? The Uchiha asked. Uzumaki explained everything to his friend. Team 9 a day later encountered the Swordsman of the Mist, as Kakashi had said about Zabuza. The Jonin told the team to move on, but Naruto didn't leave. On the contrary, he began to delve into the conversation. Zabuza-san, you have a choice. You and your friend leave now and attack us in the land of waves so that your client will show his face, or you both will die right now. I know that you know about me. The Jinchuriki put on a mask that was sealed in a scroll. The mask was like an umbuz, but the design was different. It was black and shaped like a fox's face. The boy preferred black and wore a black and red suit, as well as a black fox mask. Rumors had long circulated about a certain black forest. He single-handedly destroyed a village of Konoha's enemies and killed some of the swordsmen of the mist. A black fox, then. I understand you, fox. We will leave. When you arrive in the land of waves, I will attack you again. A certain Gato ordered this, Zabuza replied. I don't want to be enemies with you. On the contrary, we can be comrades. Think about it. Naruto took off his mask and sealed it back. At that moment, no one paid attention except Sakura. The girl couldn't understand why such a strong shinobi would just listen to this idiot. Haruna always considered Uzumaki a loser. But the fact that they were given Rangabi on their very first mission and what the boy had recently shown gave her reason to hate him even more. Rose-haired considered him a waste of space, because he couldn't have gotten stronger in a couple of days, and he most likely stole the mask, it couldn't be his. They arrived at the appointed place a day later. Tazuna no longer complained, but glanced sideways at the Jinchuriki, who was constantly talking to the Uchiha and didn't leave his friend's side. The shinobi were received at the client's house. His grandson tried to insult them, but Naruto only threw disappointed glances at him. Zabuza and Haku, as agreed, attacked during the construction of the bridge. They were defeated, but quickly and painlessly. Uzumaki left them in a safe place and told Sasuke to watch them, while he went to the so-called gate. His office was in the center of the village and well protected. The Jinchuriki put on a mask and destroyed his office guards. The boy also took the money, as well as all the important documents. He returned to the Uchiha covered in blood, but to his surprise, there was also Cherry Blossom, which immediately amused him, because scandals and hatred lifted his spirits. Yes, perhaps this could be called a peculiar form of masochism, but still, the boy liked this truth. "Sasuke, they haven't woken up," said the red-haired man. Now he was completely the color of his hair, but he still wiped his face. "No, but they should soon. Their chakra flow will normalize. You should at least wash yourself, but not in front of Tazuna-san's family. I suggest a lake a couple of miles from here." "We passed it," said the brunette, who was sitting by a tree near two sleeping men. "Understood. Haruna. I'll find out if you told anyone about what you just saw. I'll kill you." Naruto disappeared. They completed the mission a week later, and their reward was increased because the mission reached Irang. Naruto and Sasuke didn't go to the village. They went to meet Haku and Zabuza. After Batumen's shinobi woke up, they agreed to be friends. Uzumaki gave them the money Gato promised for Tazuna's death. After all, he was dead and clearly wouldn't pay them. Tazuna was alive. Naruto simply gave them their money. The Swordsman of the Mist will report everything and everyone to the Jinchuriki, for a hefty sum, of course. After the meeting, the friends teleported to the village, and the red-haired one went straight to the Heikage. "Monkey, I've completed the mission. Goto has also been destroyed. Here are the important papers." The shinobi placed the stack on the Hokage's desk. "Add Ei and Sranga to my mission file. I also have a question for you. When is the Chunin exam? You hardly want to become Chunin. So why do you need this exam?" Sarutobi said calmly. "Information, connections, and power. You know that when I reveal myself, I need to establish myself in society. The Nichunin exam is in 6 months. You have time to complete a ton of tasks and become stronger, and also get a ton of information." Naruto suddenly appeared at Sasuke's house and ended up on the head of one of the Hokage. Everything happened as usual. Blood on the wall and a seal. All of the Jinchuriki's friends were already first bloods. "I didn't know you'd finished your mission, but I looked towards almost the entire Team 7. It's good that you're all here. Today, I need to tell you my plan. Hello, Sasuke." Itachi waved his hand, walking towards his younger brother. Everyone sat down on the chair and the sofas. "First, I want to know if I tell you to do something very risky, will you do it?" Everyone nodded. "My plan is this. There is an organization called Akatsuki. This organization is very dangerous for all villages and, in general, for people. Itachi, I understand what I'm about to ask you now, but you must join this organization and learn its purpose. Everything about the members of a true leader. Do whatever tasks they tell you. Just learn everything about them. I've learned that their leader is Pain, but he's definitely not the real leader, because Pain is consulting with someone. Sasuke, the Nichunin exam will be in 6 months. During it, the village will be attacked, and Arakimaru will most likely be there. He needs a body. He'll offer you to become stronger. Agree and come to him. Learn as much as you can about him. Train with him. During your stay, Arakimaru, we will formally communicate. In a few days, the Uchiha clan will be slaughtered by Itachi Uchiha, but he will spare his best friend and brother. In reality, the Uchiha clan will move to Mount Hokage and live with the Uzumaki clan. Also, when the Chunin exams are over, I will tell both clans the truth. Ina, Karen, you must say nothing about what really happens. Support Shisui and Sasuke in public, and they must act as if their clan truly no longer exists. You are all my friends, and I will be with you all this time. Sasuke and Itachi, I will teach you a technique so that you can contact me. All of this is very important, so that if someone decides to destroy the world, I can fix it. Naruto, what kind of technique is this? Imanaka asked. I don't know anything like that. I created the technique. It's something like shadow cloning, but the mind moves into the clone, and it moves to me. Their disappearance will be impossible to detect. The Uchiha clan elimination occurred a couple of months after this conversation. Naruto trained even harder than before and was able to use all 6 paths. The boy, along with 2 Hokage, developed a new technique that only a few shinobi in the entire world can use. The soul resurrection technique. This technique was chakra-consuming, and in order to resurrect the soul, it needed a vessel. But it was not a human body. An essence had to be created, and it consisted of blood and chakra. Tabarama had already created something similar to this technique, but his Adansei technique was significantly inferior to soul resurrection, as the person could continue to live freely. They were not captured, and the memories of their past life, along with their power, were fully preserved. Thus, it was possible to live forever, growing stronger and wiser with each life lived. The entire Uchiha clan was transported to Mount Hokage overnight, aided by Naruto's power. On the day of the destruction of the Itachi clan, the 2 great clans, the Uzumaki and Uchiha, were told of the identity of the red-haired man with black onyx-colored eyes. Both clans, along with Naruto's friends, were gathered in a forest just beyond Uzumaki territory. The Jinchuriki stepped forward. You have come here to learn a secret known only to a few. Right now, a barrier I have erected stands around us, and no one but those present will hear what is said. So, don't be afraid to speak. So, the Uchiha clan most likely only knows a few hints from my father, who, of course, forgot what he left you, the wielder of the Rinnegan said with irritation. My name is Naruto Uchiha. You may know about me from history lessons. Boy, don't talk nonsense. Naruto Uchiha died a long time ago, said some Uchiha. Yes, he died. Haha. The red-haired man activated his Rinnegan and looked at everyone present. He pulled the denying Uchiha towards him with the help of the Virgo path. I am Naruto Uchiha. I am alive, as is one Hokage. The boy pointed to a man standing in a cloak, but Hashirama removed it after the Jinchuriki's words and 2 Hokage came out to him, also alive. Another sand came out, my father and mother. Madara Uchiha and Sei Uzumaki, their parents, approached their son. And, of course, Hashirama Mitsuzumaki. I'm telling you all this for a reason. You are my 2 clans, and you feel the kinship instilled in you by my parents. Sensei and I had to create a time travel technique because something terrible is about to happen, and you are unlikely to cope with it on your own. I am Naruto Uchiha, and as I was destined, in my time I will become the new sage of the 6 paths. At some point, everyone will learn of this, but for now, this is entrusted to you. You can train with the people I introduced earlier, or you can do nothing. The Uchiha clan will be considered extinct this morning and will reside in Uzumaki territory. Only 3 people from the clan will be considered alive, Itachi, Shisui, and Sasuke. They will bear a very heavy burden. Do not judge them. Itachi is now considered a missing nin of the Shrang and will leave the village. If something happens that you cannot handle on your own, or you learn of something very important, you can confide in me. I'll tell you in advance, Hiruzen knows about this. You can only trust the people present here. You probably noticed a tree on your way here. You can see it from here, too. Uzumaki scratched his head. This tree collects chakra from the air. When you train, all your chakra will be absorbed into this tree without affecting you. Of course, I can't say yet what this will mean in the future, but I ask that you train on Uzumaki territory and no further than the edge of this forest. Uchiha clan. I ask that you only appear in the village for a minimal amount of time and conceal your identity. Something too terrible is afoot, and we can't afford to make mistakes. I hope you will all support me. Any questions? The Jinchuriki rubbed the bridge of his nose. What about missions with the Hokage? They go through me. I will assign all missions in your best interests, so that you train with my loved ones, because my concept of strength is very different, and you will have to become stronger. Tasks are delegated to me with much greater difficulty than to other Shinobikano. For example, in my mind, a genin would be on par with a weak jonin. So imagine how strong you would have to be become a jonin under me. I understand that you may not like all of this, but these are necessary measures. For your two clans, I am considered a certain Kage, so please treat me with respect. You may consider us a separate village, but no one except you and Hokage knows about it. You can build, plant, remodel, whatever you like, but no lawlessness. If I find out about such things, the person will hardly be able to continue living. If any problems arise, find me or contact my trusted confidants. They are Sasuke, Shisui, Karen, Ina, Hashirama, Tabarama, Mito, and, of course, my parents. You simply won't run into Itachi anywhere. And if you do, the Uzumaki clan must attack him in public. The Uchiha clan must immediately hide, also in public. If you're alone, do whatever you want, but don't touch him. An angry glare. There's something else very important. You must protect your lives, but if you die, it won't be a problem. If you kill someone, you must use a certain technique. This will bring all the enemy's blood to a secret location. Doing such things is necessary so that you can be resurrected in the future. You will remember everything, and your chakra will not decrease. If you wish to be resurrected, I will resurrect you. If not, everything will be fine. I think I've said everything, said the wielder of the Rinnegan. The Umbu are transferring them to your use. Yes, but I will choose them myself. All former Umbu cease to be so. If you prove yourself worthy of my trust, you will become Umbu. If you do become Umbu, your missions will be very dangerous. At the moment, I have people who can be considered Umbu, this Tach and Shisui. Hashirama, Mito, Tabarama, Madara, and Sei are considered my advisors. Later, I will assign them duties, and you may approach them with questions appropriate to their duties. We are considered a separate village, and you must remember that. My mother remains the head of the Uzumaki clan, and the head of the Uchiha clan also remains in office. There will be meetings at certain times to discuss various issues, so don't forget to share your concerns, Naruto said. What about the Nichunin exams and just an academy for children? The man said. Hashirama. How long will it take you to build the training ground and the academy? The new Keiji said. We need to set everything up in 2 days, said one Hokage. Okay. Who can teach the children? We need teachers in all higher sciences. The academy will provide a wealth of knowledge. I will find teachers to teach how to be a shinobi soon. Our Nichunin exam will be held a little later than in Konoha. Children can enter the academy from the age of 6. I will do everything for your convenience. Questions? Silence. Okay then. You can go. The meeting of the heads will take place in a week. Uzumaki went to the killer of his clan. Naruto, are you sure that guy believed in your genjutsu? Itachi said. Yes, it's impossible to remove. Ita, if you have any questions, contact me. You'll likely be with Akatsuki for years to come. Forgive me, the boy hugged Sasuke's brother. I understand everything. I'll be very careful. I won't let him doubt me, Brunette said. Itachi, do you know that you're like a brother to me? Do you remember the technique to contact me? A nod to remove blood from the body. A nod, good. See you later, brother. Go say goodbye to the others. Itachi left Naruto. He knew the importance of his mission and didn't regret when, after saying goodbye to his relatives, he scattered like crows. In reality, he was heading for the Akatsuki hideout with the masked man. The brunette completely cleared his mind and set a precise goal, which he would achieve by any means necessary. When the Uchiha vaporized the clone, he reminded Sasuke of the plan. He was supposed to play the role of a vengeful younger brother who would become stronger by any means necessary and kill his older brother, avenging the clan. Naruto. The boy had to come up with a name for his village and for himself, like Keiji. After a meeting with Kurama and the village councilors, Hidayuta was named Fire of Fires. And Keiji became Hikarin, Keiji, the Shadow of Light. The advisors were also assigned duties. Hashirama was in charge of construction. Tabarama, training. Madara, economic affairs. Sei, in charge of medical training and healthcare. He also oversaw the development of methods. Naruto quickly created the Keiji building in the middle of the village and moved to the Hokage's office, collecting a pile of personal files, documents about the alliance, and a pile of other waste paper. The red-haired man spent about 4 hours sorting through all of this. He sifted through the personal files of the Uchiha and Uzumaki, sorting through which were to be sent to the academy, which to be sent to the ranks of shinobi, economists, and teachers. He read all the documents regarding the treaty with Konoha. It contained mutually beneficial terms. The village, hidden in the foliage, supplied a wealth of resources and promised mutual protection from other villages, as well as complete confidentiality. Hikari no Kage signed the treaty. Uzumaki finally emerged from his office an hour later. It was already morning, and his team was supposed to receive a new mission today. Naruto decided that he, Sasuke, and Karen would continue to be Shinobi Konoha, at least for show, to avoid any suspicions or guesses. The boy went to the first blood. Shursui was already there, but the brunette was sleeping, and the Jinchuriki didn't bother him. The future sage of the Six Paths began experimenting with the Sharingan's abilities, as he needed an eternal manga, and taking someone else's eyes would be extremely careless. For about 2 hours, the red-haired one experimented and figured out how to obtain an eternal manga. With no time left, he quickly wrote everything down and appeared in Hokage's office. A couple of minutes later, the others appeared. Rangi mission. You are to deliver this scroll to the new village leader in the land of waves. You have 3 days, Hokage said to Hiruzen. Let me do it quickly myself and continue my work, Uzumaki said. Idiot, Sakura said indignantly. How long will it take you to finish? Asked Sarutobi. About minutes. Okay, but you have a new mission in 2 days, said the head of the village hidden in the foliage. Okay, I don't care about the reward. You'll pay me back as you should. Time it. Uzumaki disappeared. Naruto appeared near the same tall building where he got a very important paper for the village and went inside. All the shinobi immediately became wary. I need to see the head. The boy walked along the corridors, which he left covered in blood last time, and kicked himself into the office. I'm from Konoha. This scroll was given to you. He threw the roll of paper on the table. Do you want to answer something? Right now. The man read what was written. Say that I agree to this agreement. I will send resources and money for protection from the village. Hi. The shinobi disappeared and appeared in the Hokage's office. He agrees. Naruto, you won't complete the next mission so easily, the old man said. The reward is on the table, you can go, but Uzumaki will stay. Everyone took their mission reward and disappeared through the door. Only Haruna kept glaring at the Jinchuriki. The wild-haired girl's mind was racing, but it only grew when Sasuke pinned her to the wall in the Hokage building's hallway and hissed angrily, will you tell anyone? I'll kill you, like Itachi. Like Itachi. What was he talking about? Sasuke had always loved his brother. That's what the girl thought, and she quickly ran away. What did you want, monkey? The Rinnegan wielder smirked. You understand. Word of the Uchiha's extermination hasn't spread yet, but soon everyone will know. And I must declare Itachi Kennen ranked with Hiruzen. I know it, that's what I need. I know all the risks, difficulties, and benefits. It has to be that way. I'd like to talk about Hidayuta. As Hirokage, I want to know why you decided to sign a truce treaty with us. First, you're my friend, and I'm obligated to help you. Second, I'm not giving you half the village, and such expenses are insignificant to us. Even if you demand more, I'll provide it. Third, after some time, your village will become stronger than the others. And if you suddenly attack, we won't be able to do anything to you. Consider this an investment in the future. Uzumaki laughed. I understand. We really do need more resources. All Uchiha and Uzumaki, except for me, Sasuke, and Karen, are transferring to our academy and becoming our shins. Our 3 personal files must be perfect. All assignments we undertake must be completed. I also ask that you ensure that the 3 of us don't clash in the Nichunin exam, and that Ina and Hinata are also cleared. Convey my village's missions through this seal. Naruto placed a black, clock-shaped seal on the Hokage's desk. Just stamp it, and the papers will end up on my desk. Okay, go about your business. The future sage of the 6 paths found himself near the entrance to the First Blood and in his laboratory. Teleportation inside the shelter was impossible, and this was both a protection and an inconvenience. However, it was still survivable, as it was a very strong defense. Uzumaki went to his notebook and opened the required page. He took a flask of his blood and modified its DNA structure, added compressed chakra, then injected the contents into a vein, waited for a while, and activated his manga. His vision immediately changed and became much better. The boy created a full Susanoo and 10 of his clones. He used Amaterasu on them and felt no discomfort. Recalling the black flame and Susanoo, nothing happened. The red-haired boy felt neither pain nor discomfort. His experiment had been a success. Hikari no Kage created about 100 clones and, using different blood types, repeated the experiment, sealing about 500 flasks in a scroll. Naruto went to his office, quickly checked all the paperwork, sighed, and went to look for his mother. He didn't want to teleport. Just walk around his village and check on things. He exited the village headman's office and walked straight ahead. There, Hashirama and a crowd of people were building houses. The Jinchuriki decided to help one Heikage and, together with him, granted the wishes of the villagers. He created quite a few houses and also increased the forest, making it even larger, denser, and taller. People chopped down trees and made furniture, but only their own things, because wooden furniture was also created for them. This boy found her in another part of town. She was teaching Irians on the street. Kaga had a hand in that too. And not far from his own house, he created a 3-story building with many rooms, and then reinforced the structure with earth, water, and fire techniques. The boy created large clay walls, wet them, and fired them with a fireball. The building turned out to be very sturdy and comfortable, because it was located in the center of the village. Mom, when you set up a hospital in Calydom, the Chihi with the Manjiu, it won't deprive them of their sight after frequent use of the eyes. You need help creating medicine, said the wielder of the Rinnegan. Okay. I don't think it's necessary. If anything happens, I'll force Tabarama. Son, I know how much has fallen on you. We will all help you. Don't forget about us. The head of the new village returned to the office and began sifting through paperwork again. New missions had appeared, but they were either for Naruto himself or for the Umbu, that is, for Shursui. Many papers were about clarifications in matters of economics, education, and healthcare. There were requests from residents, applications for a teacher with an attached resume, applications for training at the academy, and applications for the Chunin exams. Hikari worked for almost 5 hours, but Keiji and he left his office, giving missions to his only Umbu. Afterwards, Uzumaki himself went on missions. The boy met with Zabuza and Haku. They gave him information about Takua Katsuki's joining and that he was on Sarakimaru's team. He also gave him some information about the wars between the Cloud Village and the Sand Village, the locations of the Jinchuriki, and also about Jiraiya and Tsunade. You have to pay for the information, which is what the red-haired man did. You are now cooperating with the village of Fidaita. Its existence must not be known to anyone. But as soon as you learn any information, go to Hikaran Keiji and report. Keiji is a village, and as you understand, I am. Also, if you suddenly want to become a shinobi of this village, then come. Zabuza, Haku. Am I serious? You've been wandering for a long time. You can live in my village, carrying out ordinary shinobi missions and receiving a reward for them. No one cares about your past. The village is located on Mount Hikage near Konoha, the genin said. People die on every mission, but while we're still alive, the former swordsman of the mist said. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You won't die. I created a technique with which I can resurrect your soul. And it will create a body at any age you want. But I'll only do this for the people of my village. You will remember everything, and your chakra will remain the same as when you died. You are a very powerful shinobi, and as Keiji, I need Umbu. I trust you guys. I can even strengthen you. Train you. You will be much stronger than all the swordsmen of the mist combined. Naruto, are you serious? Mamachi said. I'm not lying. Uzumaki placed a barrier around them and activated the Rinnegan. Everyone knows who Naruto Uchiha is. It's me, and I need you. I am on par with the sage of the 6 paths and I am only improving. I can really resurrect a person without consequences. I can do almost anything. You will be the shinobi of my village. The red-haired man couldn't resist. There was no need for this circus. We would have agreed anyway, the swordsman grumbled. Thank you, the boy has regained his former appearance. I'll be in the village in 24 hours. You'll have just enough time. Zabuza, I have a question. Will you be able to be teachers at the Shinobi Academy? Only teach how to be a shinobi. Throw shurikens. Techniques. Taijutsu tactics. Do you agree? Naruto. Mamakii cried out. Of course. Naruto-kun, do we agree? It will be interesting, but how exactly do we train them? Haku answered for the first time. They must be aware of everything, be strong. After graduating from the academy, they should be no worse than jonin by the standards of other villages. In my opinion, they are genin. I can rely on you, Uzumaki scratched his head. Of course, in 2 days we will arrive in Haidai. The Jinchuriki continued. Yes, in Haidai, the wielder of the Rinnegan disappeared after these words, removing the barrier. A boy in a black forest mask, katana in hand, was chopping up the bodies of the so-called Grandunanins. They were weak, and because of this, they had gathered into a fairly large group of 150 people. These people were murderers, rapists, and madmen. Killing them was no pity. They deserved it. It's surprising that no one had noticed them before and killed them. The red-haired man used the blood-draining technique and, having cut off everyone's heads, sealed them in a scroll, moved on. There were several more similar missions. A very large number of people died, and their blood was pumped into a special dimension created by Uzumaki himself. There was endless space there, and the blood mixed with each other. A bunch of heads were sealed in a scroll, hundreds or thousands. I don't care. The wielder of the Rinnegan appeared near a black market where people were hired to kill people, and they paid a lot of money for them. Naruto sold all the scroll heads and received several million, though even billions of that money would have been enough to keep several villages alive forever. The boy spent it on similar things. Or rather, it was the village treasury. It was used to pay people's salaries. It was used to build some basic structures. It was also used to buy a lot of other things. The red-haired one had as much money as his village. True, he didn't spend it. Or at least, the expenses were insignificant: food, clothing, school fees, experiments, and shelter equipment. The first blood was the size of a village, but it was worth it. The boy expanded it, creating separate rooms. There were bedrooms for all his friends, though even larger. The laboratory took up no less space than the Shinobi no Hi Academy. There were several tables with various reagents. There was something like a barrel of human blood reaching up to the ceiling, and then about 2 meters of cabinets with flasks. There was also a section with mechanical parts and another barrel of blood, but this one was animal blood. Occasionally, the future sage did use the Osura path. There was a training ground, and the ceiling was far from small. It was over 50 meters high. The living room was also quite large. There was a kitchen with a refrigerator, which had a barrier on it, preventing food from spoiling. There was even a stove. Drawers on top were filled with instant noodles, seasonings, and tea. Accordingly, there was a kettle, also with a barrier. It was always hot. A large number of rooms were empty. The Jinchuriki had given 5 rooms to his animals. They had all the amenities. Of course, all the stone had been replaced with wood and grass. Everything was natural. When Amaki didn't need help, they stayed in their room, and then teleported to their master, helping, and they went back. There was even a refrigerator, completely stocked with raw meat that Naruto bought for his pets. They treated the food well, and the boys' friends, who periodically came by, fed, played with, and cared for them. The entire shelter was fortified with barriers, and the shelter's defenses exceeded Konoha's barrier for the entire village. The village hidden in the foliage could be destroyed by the boys' planetary annihilation, but the shelter and his village, Hidayta, couldn't be destroyed so easily because of the barriers. The red-haired man didn't want to defend Konoha. Yes, Hokage was his best childhood friend. But even one or two Hokage recognized how rotten their village had become. After selling the heads, Uzumaki headed back to the village, not by teleporting, but simply running, breathing in the soft forest air and feeling the gentle breeze. But for him, it was as if anyone else's skin would have already been torn off. The boy met no one and reached his village in only a couple of hours. Keiji immediately went to his office, recording the completion of his tasks and sending them to the Akage with the same seal he'd given the old man. Sorting through the Jinchuriki's pile of papers again, he felt hungry. Indeed, not sleeping for weeks couldn't be bad for his body. The boy was about to leave when there was a knock on his office door. It was Fugaku Uchiha. "Excuse me, Hikari, but Keiji. Two shinobi have arrived and claim to be seeking you. I understand they'd have to be killed for such information, but I decided to bring them here," the clan head said. "Thank you, Fugaku-san. You won't kill them. Let them come in, I've been waiting for them," the red-haired one replied. Yes, the shinobi accepted the order. "You can go see the guests now," the brunette addressed. "Yeah, Naruto, I couldn't expect this," the swordsman said. "How long has your village even existed?" Well, the second day, I think," said Uzumaki. "The second day? Kid, this village feels like it's been around for 100 years. How did you even manage to do all this?" Mamachi was surprised. "Zabuza, I have mastered the element of wood. Although I'm not the only one. Do you know about the shinobi god and his wife, the two Hokage, the great shinobi couple?" "Most likely, yes. Well, they are here too." Naruto told these shinobi everything. "So, about accepting you into the village," the boy reached into the desk drawer and quickly wrote the necessary words on 2 pieces of paper. "You must write your identity and consent to live in the village. Now I will draw up a contract as a shinobi and about accepting you into the Umbu." Taking out 4 more sheets of paper, I began drawing up the contracts. "So, being an Umbu in this village means honor, and your importance will be equal to that of Kaga's advisors. Regarding the house, write everything down and let's go build it. I hope you won't object to a house in the center of the village. As soon as all the paperwork is ready." After the agreements were signed, the group of boys headed to an empty space near Hikaru no Kage's building. "So, how many floors? How many rooms, wooden or reinforced?" The red-haired man spoke. "Creating a 2-story house with 6 rooms. A kitchen, a bathroom, a living room, a dining room, and 2 bedrooms. There was also a small training ground outside." He fortified the house in the same way as the hospital. "Regarding furniture, we'll have to wait a bit. The craftsmen are overloaded. Should I allocate funds for your accommodation or can you handle everything yourselves?" "We can provide for ourselves," Zabuza replied. "Okay, I'll show you where to order furniture." Uzumaki helped the new Umbu and went to the shelter to sleep. This took several hours. After sleep, the boy, of course, quickly made himself breakfast and went to train. He didn't have to go far, after all, the training ground was First Blood. After contacting Kurama and pulling him into the real world of the Jinchuriki, he began training. He used the paths of the beast, summoning a bunch of animals with Rinnegan. He also assumed the bijou and sage mode of a single Hokage. Naruto was overflowing with chakra, creating so many clones that they completely occupied the training grounds, causing chaos. But there was still so much chakra, and the boy channeled it into the tree he had once created. It absorbs even the chakra that the wielder of the Rinnegan uses in the shelter. The tree grows, containing an impossible amount of chakra. Perhaps this tree will even bloom and bear its fruit. Although they will be collected and sealed, so that similar trees can be planted and grown again and again. Only 3 months remain until the Uzumaki Nichunin exam. As Hokage said, Team D arrived in his office early this morning. Rank C mission. You are to find out the whereabouts of the missing nin with the rank of Itachi Uchiha. Return to the village if possible. Killing is permitted, Hokage told the three. I will kill Itachi, Sasuke fumed. But we can't even get close to him. Haruna squeaked. Sorry, old man, but I already know where he is, so the mission is complete. I have business dash, with the reward, the same thing, said the red-haired one. What? Well, where is he? Sarutobi was indignant. He joined Akatsuki. Uzumaki took the reward. Everyone take the money, and Naruto stays, Hiruzen shouted. Everyone quickly ran out, leaving their childhood friends alone. Do you think they believed it? The old man asked. Everyone except Sasuke. Monkey, you said a mission. I dropped everything, I haven't finished sorting out the papers. I still have so much work to do, the owner of the Rinnegan sighed. Yeah, I know being a Kage isn't that easy, but Naruto, I wanted to discuss something very important with you. On the day of the Nichunin exam, most likely, there will be an attack from the Sand Village and Arakimaru. Yes, I know, the boy interrupted. That's not all. Perhaps I'll die in that battle, and a new Hokage will need to be found. Let it be Jiraiya or Tsunade, the old man said. Hiruzen Jiraiya should return to the village in a few days, and as for Tsunade, he himself will offer her as Hokage, and after she recognizes me, she won't be able to refuse. Also, regarding your death, I can resurrect your soul, and it will create a body. You will remember everything, and your chakra will not decrease. But do you want that? The Jinchuriki said. I don't know. I will arrange for you to live in Hidaita. You will live there. 3 Hokage will already be living in my village. I will provide you with a home. You can live peacefully, or you can continue the work of the shinobi. Naruto, I am already very old. When you are resurrected, you can choose your age, you can be young, find a new love, or take your family to the village hidden in fire. It's much safer there than in Konoha. Hiruzen, you can live a new life. Correct all your mistakes and fulfill all your dreams. I will resurrect you without consequences. Decide, monkey, the boy grinned. I'll think about it, Naruto, I'll think about it. Hiruzen, I will resurrect you. If you don't want to continue this life, I won't be able to do anything. Naruto disappeared and appeared in his office amid a mountain of papers. He had just trained and talked with the Hokage. For what? Haha. In fact, Uzumaki really likes his job. He enjoys reading all this, thinking, responding and giving the necessary orders. Missions for the shinobi kept increasing. The boy himself did most of them, since he had to kill and move a lot. Killing had come very easily to the red-haired boy back in his childhood, when he was still in his own time. Now it's just chopping, nothing more. The academy will begin training children in a week, and those who haven't yet graduated from the Konoha Academy will be assigned to the same classes. The hospital was already open, but the staff was sparse, making things difficult. Shursui, the boy appeared before the Kage. Choose a nickname for yourself and write it down here. Also, call Hako and Zabuza to my office. The Jinchuriki handed over a piece of paper. The Umbu filled in some of the lines. His nickname was Owl. Also, Tsukiha. The rest of the Umbu arrived in a couple of minutes. Choose a nickname for yourself, preferably animal names or other names. The boy handed over the papers. A minute later, Haku became in, and Mamachi became a hawk. I will most often address you as such. You can order Umbu masks downstairs. This is for your privacy outside the village walls. Jiraiya was supposed to arrive in Konoha today, and the boy decided to run into him by chance. The Sannin hardly knew what Naruto looked like, but he certainly must have known about the deaths of Kushina and Minata. Uzumaki headed towards the hot springs, because the student Hiruzen was quite the pervert, perhaps even surpassing his sensei in this regard. A few hours later, the red-haired man had been basking for some time in the pleasant waters, which were supposed to be relaxing and rejuvenating. The toad hermit had indeed appeared in the village and was spying on the women's bathhouse. The wielder of the Rinnegan observed this with his eyes, deciding to intervene. The boy dressed and left the pleasant place, approaching the white-haired man. Sir, you understand that this is not right. Or should I report this to the Heikage? The genin was 13 years old, but quite tall and masculine for his age. Boy, who are you? You remind me of someone. I know. Wait. What is your name? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki smiled. Naruto, now I understand who you remind me of. My name is Jiraiya. I knew your parents, but don't worry, since I'm your godfather, everything will be fine now. The white-haired boy wanted to hug the boy, but he pulled away. They call you the Great Sannin. Can you train me? The red-haired man asked. Yes. The Nichunin exam is in a couple of months. Okay, Naruto, I'll train you, but it'll be very difficult, so don't relax. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at the Hokage building at 6 a.m. After a chance encounter with one of the Sannin, the boy went to his now favorite place, his office. Every time the future sage returned to this place, stacks of papers stood on his desk. Uzumaki categorized all the missions by rank. Rangdi was for genin, and the goal was to help build certain aspects of the village, fortifications or collecting various medicinal herbs. Ranshi was for both genin and chunin. It consisted of gathering certain information or reconnaissance, but interaction with people and fighting were forbidden. A rank reserved for chunin, the mission was to eliminate various individuals or capture them, or deliver them alive to the village. Rank A was for jonin, but was most often entrusted to the Umbu for the assassination of political figures or targets. Rank C was for jonin, and only Naruto carried out such missions. They involved the destruction of camps, villages, or simply mass murder. There was also a secret rank of missions. This was the most dangerous and risky. A-rank missions involved infiltrating village organizations and gathering Jinchuriki. Secret A-rank missions were so difficult that only shinobi of at least Kagi rank could carry them out. Uchiha and Itachi carried out this task. Shinobi gradually proved themselves, and some repassed the title tests. Of course, the chunin were left alone, because there was time for training. The tree of life grew along with the chakra within it, and the veins that lined it turned white. The Uzumaki and Uchiha clans reconciled, which was very pleasing. A couple of months later, since all the genin were given time to train, Team D was no exception, and everyone trained. Naruto and Jiraiya gave the impression of being geniuses who didn't know most of the Sannin's techniques, but even the white-haired one was able to teach the wielder of the Renin to summon toads and hermit mode. On Mount Mayaboku, the Jinchuriki gave a prophecy: you will become what you expect. All those who have tormented you will pay for everything. Remember, when you realize you are his equal, you will surpass him many times over. The student of the 3 Hokage tortured the boy for a long time, wanting to learn the prophecy's meaning. But, alas, all attempts were fruitless. Sasuke trained diligently under Shisui. The younger Uchiha even awakened the Mangekyo with an Umbu technique. Sakura trained too, but it was just a gimmick for her. She needed to train, and she did. But Haruna was forced by his mother. After all, the one with the pink hair needed to get stronger to pass the exam. Everything was going well at Haidai. The hospital swelled its staff, and they learned everything they could. The doctors began performing some operations and made a profit creating medicines. The economy began to show significant growth. As markets appeared selling crops, fabrics, furniture, and everything else necessary for everyday life. The schools were active, teaching children truly useful things, and their training was mesmerizing. Zabuza and Haku handled everything perfectly. They were all truly iron metals, good swordsmen, and even elemental techniques, which he had already taught to 2 Hokage, but these were nothing more than the basics. Tarama didn't want anyone other than his trinity to be considered his students. Sand, of course, trained adults too. But they understood everything. Hashirama and Mito had a wonderful 6-year-old girl who also attended the academy. The little princess with long red hair and brown eyes was simply called Ai. They taught their daughter to be kind, helpful, and reasonable. The meetings of the heads went quite well. They discussed citizen complaints, population figures, and simply suggestions for improving the village hidden in fire. Itachi successfully infiltrated the Akatsuki organization. The brunettes were initially paired with one of the swordsmen of the mist, then with Rikimaru. But after an unsuccessful attempt to obtain the Uchiha's body, the snake Sannin left the organization and was now making new plans. Even the Suzusu boy found himself paired for a while. Itachi was accepted and, together with his new partner, Kasami, they sent him on all sorts of missions. Assassinations predominated. Periodically, the brunette contacted his Naruto's friend and reported everything. The boy gave the Uchiha a vial of blood and said, he'll inject himself. The Akatsuki member complied and felt a surge of chakra and improved vision. Now his Mangekyo was eternal. Uzumaki tried to spend more time with his friends, but he was a Hikarin, trained with one of the Sannin. Improved himself, went on missions, and conducted experiments in the hideout. The red-haired man trained his friends and created various essences to increase chakra, physical strength, and also strengthen the mind. 2 days remained until the Nichunin exam in Konoha. Many genin were worried, but not the new Keiji and his friends. They knew they could pass this exam. These children were very strong for a shinobi, and the Jinchuriki in particular, as the future sage of the 6 paths, surpassed all his friends, and even the rest of the shinobi. The red-haired man set himself a limit on the use of his powers. After all, if a boy gives 100%, the fights will be mega easy and boring, but he needs to prove himself to others, earn respect, love, fear, or hatred. Hikari no Kage's office. The Jinchuriki was sitting at his desk, shuffling through papers as usual, when suddenly there was a knock on his door. Come in, the boy said, not looking up from his papers. Naruto. The Nichunin exam is tomorrow. What should Karen and I do? We still can't fully unleash our powers. Sasuke was interrupted, and it was he and the sister of the Rinnegan wielder who stood before Keiji. This won't be A problem for you. Don't hold back. Do whatever you want. Sasuke, you have to play your part, especially during the exam. Karen, what's wrong with your sensei? Turning his gaze to his friends, Uzumaki said, you'll like it. Teams 7 and 9 will be combined until they find a worthy sensei for us. The red-haired girl said with a smile. Yeah, I won't give up Shirsu and Konoha, and transferring you to Hidato makes no sense because the Hyuga clan will start to resent it. Hinata, of course, isn't confrontational, but her family is completely different. Apparently, for now, there really is no other way out. The future sage rubbed the bridge of his nose. You can go. I won't be late tomorrow. Oh, and about the strength, tell Ina. The boy continued shuffling papers and sorting missions. Hokage was only handing over missions of rank and, while Naruto himself was already compiling missions of lower ranks. This whole situation with the team unification was certainly pleasing, but Ina, Karen, and Sakura on the same team, they'll be at each other's throats. Although Haruna is unlikely to make a move after the events she witnessed on the missions. The next day, Uzumaki completed all the tasks as a Kagi in 24 hours, made a couple of pills in the lab, and was fully prepared, sealing a lot of shinobi equipment in scrolls. There was a conversation with Kurama about how the boy should behave, what techniques to use, and also about the rumor that there is a Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast in Suna. Kyubi thinks that this is most likely true and that it is worth keeping an eye on that child. But the Jinchuriki was a child of Naruto's age. The boy had not slept at all, because then Shikaku was breaking free, and that could not be allowed. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the red-haired man stood near the Shinobi Academy in Konoha, in one of the rooms, and was about to take one stage of the Nichunin exam. Many shinobi were there. There was a guy with white, one could say gray, hair. He approached a group of children. Namely, the combined teams number 7 and number 9. Is this your first time here? The guy asked. Yes. And you? Asked the smiling Uzumaki. Already 4. Huh. I can't pass this exam. For 4 years, I've been collecting information on exam participants from different villages. For example, you, pointing to the Jinchuriki, what's your name? Uzumaki. Naruto. Okay, let's see. The white-haired man pulled out some cards and poured chakra into one of them. It swirled, revealing information that, if I hadn't known these cards couldn't fail, I would have definitely discounted it. Uzumaki Naruto hasn't had a single DC rank mission, but he has 40A rank and 264 S rank. Man, you're not as simple as you seem. PF, since you infiltrated Konoha's secret vault and learned information about me, then tell me about some people, the red-haired one replied, while some of the joint team openly stared at him. I think that's fair. Not everyone has complete information, so I probably won't reveal much. That red-haired one with the bruises under his eyes is the shinobi from Sound and Uzumaki. Karen. The white-haired one introduced himself as Yakusha Kabuta. He told Naruto about all the shinobi listed. That red-haired one turned out to be Nogara the dog, Kazakaji's son, and, most likely, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed one. Hikari no Kage learned enough about his sister for the boy to make claims against Hikage, because she had quite difficult missions, even though she was Achi, but she's his sister. Uchiha, however, hardly let Karen do anything, because he liked her, and the feeling was mutual. But the girl did not show her feelings in any way. Everyone the genin were led into the auditorium and given a test. All of Uzumaki's friends, including himself, completed it fairly quickly. Many shinobi were thrown out of the auditorium after being caught cheating. When everyone had finished the test, the examiner mentioned question 10, and half of them left, not being ready to remain genin forever. This question turned out to be a trap, and the remaining ones advanced to the next round. 2 rounds were a survival round. All teams were given forms that if something happened to them, no one would be responsible but themselves. Naruto openly ignored everyone while talking to his friends. This behavior was incredibly unfazed by Ankamaitarashi, who was leading the 2 stages of the exam, and she decided to attack the boy, but the attack missed. The brunette threw a kunai at the Jinchuriki, but it missed its mark. The boy appeared behind Ankh and, with a smile, handed over the thrown weapon. Don't lose it again. The shinobi watching this scene were shocked, while some, on the contrary, were intrigued and eager to fight. The red-haired man simply returned to his conversation with Sasuke, ignoring the whispers and glances. He only found it amusing. The boy simply handed the lost kunai back to its owner, and everyone's expressions immediately changed. After the explanation, the 2 stages of the exam were divided into teams of 3, and scrolls of heaven and earth were distributed. To complete this stage, you had to collect the scroll opposite yours. So, if a team had a heaven scroll, they had to obtain an earth scroll. Team 9 had a heaven scroll. Naruto and Sasuke decided to act quietly and covertly. But their teammate wasn't exactly up for it. Sir. The red-haired boy couldn't resist and pulled out a small bottle of liquid from the scroll. Drink, he said. What is this? Haruna stopped and stared at Uzumaki. Drink, it's not poison. They took the mixture from the boy's hands and quickly emptied the vial. Team 9's strategy improved significantly because the Roslasui couldn't detect the medicine prepared by Keiji. The children moved freely until they encountered a shinobi and the sound of the village's protector judge. All 3 had rather shady and strange personalities. This piqued the interest of the Rinnenin wielder. Naruto decided to show up and start a fight with them, but let Sasuke and Sakura just watch it. Ah, boy. Are you the one who attacked the curator? Said the guy who looked more like a hedgehog. What are you talking about? I just gave her what I lost, the Jinchuriki smiled. I hope you have the Earth Scroll, and I won't just have fun. So you might even be useful to us, said the same hedgehog, shooting needles at the red-haired boy. The boy easily dodged and in that same second was behind the sound team, katana in hand. The wielder of the Rinnegan chopped down the brunette with the Kakashi hairstyle, and the girl from the team screamed heartrendingly when her arm was chopped off, but immediately fell silent. So, your name, said Keiji. Dosu was thrown, the last sound answered. Dosu means good. Should I let you live? You're Arakimaru's lackey, and he'll probably ruin my plans. How do you know about Arakimaru? What do you want? Kanuto asked. What do you think about following me instead of the snake? He's somewhere around here. It's good he's not watching. The Jinchuriki smiled. I don't know. Arakimaru will soon gain power from Chiha Naruto herself. And you, kid, what can you offer me? Well, what do you mean? He'll be able to gain power soon. But I'm the one whose power he wants. I've significantly increased my power, and it's unlikely this Sannin will be able to achieve even a drop of my current might. Dosu, you can help me, and I'll make you many times stronger than Arakimaru. Do you agree, Kanuto? The boy literally showed his Rinnegan for a second, and his opponent surrendered. I agree. The future sage told the hedgehog a little and also asked where exactly Arakimaru was now and what to expect from him. The Sannin's former lackey gave the scroll of earth belonging to his team. Dosu, come after this stage is completed to Mount Hokage. I want to accept you into my village. I understand, Naruto. It seemed like everything was over after that battle, especially the 2 stages of the Nichunin exam. But it was only when Team 9, now freely moving through the forest of death without any disguise, that they encountered a team of shinobi from the grass village. Initially, this walk through the forest was to find Ina and Karen. But now, the red-haired one met one of his main targets for this exam, Arakimaru. He was, of course, under disguise, and his face was very different from the original, but his narrow, yellow eyes with snake-like pupils gave him away. "Oh, hello, kids," the long-haired brunette said with a smile. This was the disguise of the snake Sannin. "Well, I understand you've already completed your task and already have all 2 scrolls. How lucky we were to run into you." Sasuke, Uzumaki said, looking at his friend, his face showing his role. "Show me how much you need power and how you want to avenge the clan." Uchiha realized what his friend wanted from him and stepped forward. The brunette was clearly prepared for any development. That's why he immediately activated the Shringan from the 3rd volume. "Are you really one of the surviving Uchiha clan?" Arakimaru said almost silently. "You can watch from the sidelines. Don't interfere. I can handle my teammate myself. I heard that the youngest Uchiha wants revenge. I wonder if you can defeat me so that you can kill your brother before Sasuke?" "What do you know, where Itachi is?" the brunette cried hysterically. "Yes, I saw him recently, but it's unlikely that such a weak shinobi could defeat Itachi. I will become stronger for this by any means necessary." Uchiha threw several kunai towards Shinobutrava. Arakimaru dodged, launching snakes at the boy. He only responded by burning them with fire ball and threw the kunai again. But more. The Sannin dodged again and was about to attack the Konokovets, but couldn't move. Sasuke pulled on the fishing line, which he apparently threw along with the weapon. Suddenly, seals appeared on the fishing line and the kunai thrown by the Uchiha. A second later, they exploded. And, perhaps, even took the Sannin's life. Arakimaru emerged from the girl's body and revealed his true form. "I wasn't planning on changing bodies so soon." Suddenly, the same long-haired guy appears behind the Uchiha and bites the boy on the neck. "So that you can avenge your clan, I will give you this power. But without me, as your teacher, it will be useless. Uchihaski, I will give you great power in exchange for your body. This is my seal, and if you do not develop its power, it will destroy you. After the exam, you must come to me. I will send for you. I will give you great power," Arakimaru hissed, evaporating in a smoke bomb, leaving behind only the sky scroll. Naruto and Sakura had been hiding the entire time, concealing their presence. Haruna was worried about her idol, and her hands trembled almost constantly. "Naruto, what is this?" the bitten one asked. "It's his mark. Follow the plan." The Jinchuriki appeared behind brunette and whispered in his ear, "Sasuke, you must leave with him after the exam. Brother, I believe in you." What was that even like? What if it's contagious? "Sasuke-kun, are you okay?" Rosaloosa suddenly ran out of the bushes, questioning them. But they ignored her. After this skirmish, Team 9 went looking for Team 7. As it later turned out, they hadn't found the scroll yet. All the teams they fought were either Earth Scrolls or had no scrolls at all. Naruto helped his team by giving them a scroll left behind by the Sannin. Together with another team, the children went to the finish line and, as it turned out, became the first winners. Everyone was told that the next stage would be in a week and advised not to waste time, but to spend it on training. After the exam, as agreed, the holder of the Rinnegan met with Doso near Mount Hokage. Listen, no one must know the location of this place. Keiji told the village. Kanuto went with red-haired to his office and signed all the necessary papers. The former Shin was silently housed near Zabuza Ihaku, closer to Hikari no Kage's building. After this event, it seems, the boy didn't leave his office for a couple of days. Even though the exam lasted only a short time, almost the entire day, a lot of work had accumulated. He needed to prepare everything for the Chunin exam in his own village. Naruto spent the remaining days going on missions and literally wandering for a couple of days, killing, selling heads, and receiving a reward for this. The boy also prepared a large training ground for the Chunin exams, spending time in the lab, his office, and training. Recently, Kurama and his Jinchuriki discovered vital information about the Rinnegan. It turns out that the eyes of God have both a normal form and a true form. The normal form represents everything the boy already knows, but the true form of these eyes can do much more. During one of his training sessions, the future sage's eyes changed from the normal Rinnegan to the true form. Now the red-haired boy's eyes have increased the number of circles on them, and the color of the Rinnegan itself has changed. A black eyeball with dense white circles. The power of this form can definitely stop time, and the other properties are still unknown. This will definitely help Naruto not only in the exam, but in any other battles. The day before the next stage, Uzumaki met with Dosu Kinyuta. He was considered to have passed both stages. Dosu, if you meet any of my people, fight, but without causing death or serious injury, even though I haven't trained you yet. I think if you tense up, you could injure my friends too. And one more thing. The red-haired boy looked straight into the eyes of his village's shinobi. If I learn of anyone's betrayal, I will destroy them, the boy smiled. Slowly crushing bones and tearing off limbs, and I will torture them with particular cruelty. I'm simply warning Dosu. Naruto-sama, how can you say such a thing? I will never betray you, and I was with Rakimaru because he wants to follow your path, to gain your strength. The boy knelt down, and the Jinchuriki returned his gaze to the paper. I know. Listen, could you take off your bandages and change your clothes? I'm not very fond of this kind of secrecy. You can use icons on missions to protect them, but I don't think there's any point here, Hikari emphasized, drawing out Nokagi's emphasis. Okay, Naruto-sama, but I don't think you'll like my appearance. Are you serious? Keiji chuckled. Dosu, how many people do you think I kill? Well, a lot. Every time I leave the village on missions, hundreds and thousands of shinobi die at my hands. I chop off their heads, seal them, and sell them on the black market. I don't play kiddie games. I'm much more complicated than that. And since I invited you to join my village, that means you're very promising, and I can mold a lot out of you. I'm telling you right now, you're a shinobi and you'll have to kill people. You should get used to it. Hedgehog nodded. By the way, do I look anything like Rakimaru, or does he look like me? The wielder of the Rinnegan chuckled. I also conduct experiments, improving DMK, but I do it much more successfully. I am a student of two Hokage, Tabram and Sand. He himself discovered the possibility of doing all this. I know everything my teacher knows. Red-haired. He looked straight into her eyes again. Dosu, I will also improve your body, both outside and inside. You will drink elixirs, but you will not die either way. I told you about the resurrection of the soul. Nod. Well, you understand. Why you will not die. I improved my friend Ina from scratch. She was not very strong. Ina went through many experiments and did not even feel pain. So you can trust me. I will make you strong, but not a monster. Terrifyingly strong, but not a monster. But many will not consider you a person with such strength. Secret, Nokage-sama emphasized. I trust you. I want to be of help to you. At the training ground in Konoha, Naruto arrived on time and did not even leave his work in his office. It happened rarely, but it did happen. He, like Kagi, had to work a lot, but he still went on missions, checked the village, trained, conducted experiments, and sent others on missions. After all the missions Uzumaki had gone on, he and the village treasury had a ton of money. As soon as the village's wealth reached 100 billion, the boy stopped investing his own money. After all, that amount was enough to keep all countries alive forever. Indeed, the black market is where all the world's money circulates. The boy himself had even more than his village. 2 rooms in his first blood already contained safes. They were crammed to the ceiling with money. He could have bought everyone and everything in this world with it. But that would simply attract unnecessary attention. The red-haired man spent money on himself, setting up a shelter, and even considered building his own house in the village. He only had his parents' house and his office. Building a house wouldn't be a problem, nor would furnishing it. Cleaning was also simple, since the boy knows the barriers that stop time and prevent damage or dirt. The house, incidentally, was indeed built in the center of the village, not far from Dosu, Zabuza Ihaku, and the Jinchuriki's office. Of course, the building was the finest in the village. As everyone somehow thought, a 3-story house was created from the element of wood. Then there was a stone wall, a clay wall, immediately soaked in water and reinforced with fire. The walls were triple protected, and even if something accidentally went wrong, it wouldn't damage the house. Naruto also erected 3 barriers. A time stop, an intrusion warning, and a simple defense that no technique could penetrate. Kagi also erected a wooden fence, reinforced with stone along the fence's radius, and barriers were erected. So, the future sage would now have a new stage of the Chunin exams. Kanuto showed up without bandages and in ordinary shinobi clothing, which greatly interested everyone. After all, he was quite handsome and attractive, despite the numerous scars all over his body, not forgetting his face. Shinobi's hair is short and black, hanging down the right side of his face. You could say it resembles Sasuke from Boruto. Everyone was lined up by village. Dosu, as the only one of the sound, was assigned. There was roll call, and it seemed the 3rd stage had already begun, when the Jonin who was supposed to conduct the exam approached Hikage, who was standing near the lined-up shinobi. Hikage-sama. As the leader of the 3 stages, I believe that too many shinobi have passed and an additional stage should be added. Genma Shiranui said. Hikage glanced quickly at Naruto. He nodded discreetly. Okay, Genma, if you deem it necessary, then there will be an additional stage before the 3rd stage. All the genin were surprised, and Sakura even started to protest, but she was quickly silenced. The list of fights was announced 20 minutes later. Additional stage. The fights will be announced in the order in which you will fight. First fight. Uzumaki Naruto vs Kiba. Inazuka. Shikamaru Nara vs Kankura. Dosu Kanuta vs Uchiha Seisu. Hyuga Niji vs Akimichija. Rock Lee vs Nogara. Emanaka Ina vs Haruna Sakura. Hyuga. Hinata vs Tenten. Uzumaki Karen vs Mari. That will be all. The fights will take place in 1 hour. I advise you to get ready, Shiranui said. The red-haired man immediately approached Kinuchi and shook his hand, since he had not seen him yet. Dosu, it is nice to see you without bandages, the boy smiled. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Even though Brunette is older, he addresses the Jinchuriki only as Sama, whether it's higher Podkrakwani, Kaja-sama, or simply Naruto-sama. The Rinnegan wielder spent the entire hour in the company of someone else, but these were people worth wasting his time on. Exactly an hour later, the genin were called to a peculiar training ground. Why peculiar? Although they called it a training ground, it was like an arena. A large empty space in the middle and above were benches, where various shinami sat, and in the most comfortable spot behind thick glass were the kajina. This is not the third stage of the Nichunin exam. Since we have decided that too many genin have passed, we will hold an additional stage, Genma announced. Please enter the arena, Uzumaki Naruto and Inazukibu. 2 genin entered the arena. The red-haired one wore a black t-shirt, a black and red cloak, and black pants. Of course, like all shinobi in sandals. The boy always wore them, and around the village. His cloak changed to the same black and red. But with the words of one of Nokagi's Hikra, he emphasized his point. He also had 2 katano on his back, arranged in a cross. Inazuka wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he wanted to do it again. Teach him a lesson like that earlier, at the academy, before the boy lost his faith in people. On the count of 3, you can begin the fight. 1, 2, 3. The referee jumped back to the rest of the spectators. Well, surrender, you worthless thing, said the boy with the dog. PF, not a beacon, the Rinnegan wielder replied. Uzumaki drew his katana and rushed toward the dog handler, who had given his dog something, causing it to become a copy of its owner. The Jinchuriki noticed this, but it was unlikely to stop him. Abruptly, the boy stopped running and simply appeared behind Kiba and jabbed him in the shoulder, forming some seals in his hands, exhaling a single ball at his opponent, and then sharply pierced Inazuki's other shoulder. Akamaru wanted to attack the new Keiji, but he was sent flying into the wall with a simple kick. The dog handler doubled over in pain, but still got up and approached the dog. They both spun and flew at Naruto, but it didn't help them much. In the future, the Sage of the 6 Paths infused lightning and wind chakra into the katana, delivering the final blows. Kiba's forearms were torn, and his dog's paws were badly injured. They both lost consciousness. The fight was over. Uzumaki Naruto won. Medics here, Shiranui shouted as they took the body away, and the red-haired man climbed into the stands. The next ones were announced. Shikamaru Nara and the dog-like Kankura enter the arena. The fight began with the brunette disappearing behind a tree. What? Hey, come out. We're not playing hide and seek, said Kazakaji's son. Nara sat behind a tree and watched as the dog, underline, sent his puppets to search, and they threw needles around the space. Aha! The brunette had already come up with a plan, sitting in the shade of the tree. Suddenly, Kankura stopped moving and could not control the puppets. Shikamaru forced him to surrender with one of his shadow techniques. They spent about 20 minutes in the arena. The fight was over. Shikamaru Nara won. The dog, underline, but Kankura surrendered. Everyone left the arena. Dosukanuto and Uchiha Sasuke enter the arena. Sasuke threw a couple of kunai at his opponent. He dodged, launching needles at the Uchiha's legs. He couldn't be seriously injured, but he could be neutralized. Naruto's friend activated his Sharingan and began to fight the hedgehog in taijutsu. Sasuke threw a couple of kunai. He fired balls at his opponent, nearly defeating him, but he quickly retreated to the wall. Dosu aimed the needles at his legs, but the attack failed. Kanuto performed a hand seal, releasing sound waves. The Uchiha grabbed his head and instantly activated the Manjikyu, trapping the new shinobi Hidden. His Jinjutsu, impaling him with katanas, shurikens, kunai, and shinbans. A year passed in the Genjutsu, and Dosu was released. No one except the combatants and Naruto knew about the Manjikyu. "I surrender," Kanuto said. "The fight is over. Uchiha Sasuke has won. Dosu Kanuto has surrendered." Half an hour later, they returned to the stands. Hyuga Niji and Akimisek Choji are in the arena. This fight was easy for Hyuga, and in 10 minutes he was already victorious. The guy didn't show off his clan's secret technique. Rock Lee and the dog Nogara were in the arena. This one was exactly the same as in the anime, so I won't describe it. Inamoka and Haruna Sakura enter the arena. "The girls have come out." "Ha," laughed Rosialosa. "Pig, you lose to me, and Sasuke-kun's love will be mine, and you'll be left with your worthlessness." "Yeah, she's that thick-headed one." Thick-headed, stop talking nonsense and let me defeat you. "I'm not going to waste time on this," the blonde said, taking over her former best friend's mind. The Yamanaka in Haruna's body raises her hand and is about to surrender, but is abruptly pushed away by the body's owner. Aina, using a more powerful technique, grabs the body and hits herself. She cuts her hair with a kunai, smashes herself against the wall, and finally raises her hand in surrender. Although the fight was fairly quick, Sakura was still pretty well beaten. Sakura Haruna surrenders. The fight is over. Aina the Yamanaka has won. Rosa Lucia's medics were taken to the arena. The blonde left, joining Naruto and Sasuke. They fist bumped, congratulating her. Then Karen approached and hugged her friend. Hyuga, Hinata and Tenten entered the arena. Hinata used a soft fist on her opponent, and once slammed all sorts of weapons into her, using an 83-gram palm of heavenly rotation. After 15 minutes of fighting, all of Tenten's chakra pathways were blocked. Hinata Hyuga has won. The fight is over. Medics. The Hyuga princess, after Itachi's training, has become more feisty and is no longer shy. She also trained hard for her final fight of the day. Karen Uzumaki and the dog of underscoring, Tamari, entered the arena. The redhead easily dodged Tamari's wind blades. At one point, Uzumaki simply used her clan's chains and restrained the dog of underscoring. Naruto's sister used a barrier and placed it around the blonde. She was unable to move within it and surrendered. The fight is over. The dog of underscoring, Mari, surrendered. Karen Uzumaki has won. After the final fight, all the remaining genin lined up in the arena and were told the date of the third stage of the Nichunin exam. The date was 2 weeks later. After the additional stage, Naruto knew for sure that Gaara of the Sand was a Jinchuriki and that he was very unstable. Having to wait another 2 weeks for the final stage was both exhilarating and infuriating. After all, it couldn't be over quickly. He could continue his work, experiments, and begin significant work on Dosu's body. Uzumaki contacted Itachi and found out that Akatsuki would begin collecting tailed beasts in a few years and create some kind of powerful new weapon. The boy Of course, wasn't happy about this, but it was time to strengthen himself and those around him. Uchiha had already spent enough time in the organization that they began to trust him, inviting him to meetings, giving him more challenging missions, and working with other pairs of missing nin. The brunette learned about the strength of the organization's shinobi and even spotted potential allies, such as Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, and Kasami. Kakuzu was quite corrupt and would do anything for money. He was also a rival of Hashirama Senjo. Most likely, having learned that one Hokage was alive, the missing nin would have found a new target, or more accurately, resurrected his old one. Haiden was a fan of Jashin, and the red-haired one was somehow connected to him, able to resurrect people and giving the god of death numerous gifts in the form of sacrifices. The Jinchuriki killed, perhaps even more than Haiden himself. Kasami had become very close with Itachi and would support him in many ways. Sasori's art is eternal. And since Uzumaki can resurrect people, it must have been at least somewhat interesting for the Nuke Nin and Suna. There was another Shina, who had no other faith in art. That blonde one said, "Art is an explosion of the moment." Deidara, that was the name of the Nuke Nin made of stone, was young and interesting, but Sukuri could either agree or refuse to be an ally. It was too early to talk about allies in the Akatsuki ranks, since that would require becoming much stronger and obtaining items from the Jishin religion, thus connecting with the god of death. Naruto believed only in himself and his own strength, so perhaps it would be worthwhile to adopt an interesting faith. With 2 free weeks, the boy decided to train Dosu and take several flasks of his blood. He wouldn't get sick or anything, since the red-haired one gave him a self-made restoration pill. The training was long. Because of this, he had to create a clone and send it to sort through various paperwork. Yes, he could delegate some work to someone he trusted, but it's always better to do everything himself, control situations, and resolve problems quickly. After Hikari learned Nokagi's emphasis, the wielder of the Rinnegan became much smarter, able to plan several moves ahead without much effort, and resolving problems with clans, the economy, and everyday life became quite easy. Although the boy didn't solve any political problems concerning other villages and countries, he felt he was ready for even that. Konoha didn't count, since there was a truce treaty and no problems could even arise. Kanuto trained with particular diligence, developing his iron throwing to the highest level. His physical attributes couldn't be called human. His strength was astonishing. The chakra's volume was increased by the chakra essence the Jinchuriki had recently invented. The chakra essence was very easy to prepare. One simply had to compress the chakra until it solidified and then simply consume it. But for this to happen, a shinobi had to have perfect chakra control. The chakra circulated automatically. And even without concentrating on it, everything would happen at an impossible speed. By the 3rd stage, Dosu was quite strong, but he was just a spectator. Naruto, of course, trained himself and didn't forget to learn the characteristics of the true Rinnegan. Besides stopping time, there was the power of words. Anything the red-haired man said would become a being, an object, an ability. Anything could happen. It was impossible to increase the power of someone else, but it was possible to decrease or slow it down. The power of words worked even without activated eyes, but you had to pronounce the power of words and what you wanted. It would have been quite interesting to summon the Akatsuki leader and kill him with this power, but it was too simple. Uzumaki, of course, had also gone on missions. The usual assassination, the destruction of villages. Nothing new. Every time the boys carried out mission orders, they wore the same black force mask, and rumors abounded about the identity of this killer behind the mask. Even Katsuki had heard about him, but even this organization couldn't find him. It was a shame, because recruiting such a shinobi would have been a major boost for them. 2 weeks later, near the training grounds for the exam, the future sage of the Six Paths, of course, arrived on time and stood in formation, like all the genin. Only Sasuke was missing, but Hokage simply ordered his fight to be moved to the very end. The shinobi entered the stands and sat down. Genma Shiranui stood in the arena and began announcing the fights. Since there was an additional stage, there won't be many fights. I want to tell you that victory is not important. What matters is how you present yourself. Try to show how strong you are to become Chunin. So, since Uchiha Sasuke hasn't arrived yet, his fight will be at the very end. The first fight, Yamanaka Ina vs Hyuga Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Shikamaru Nara vs Fuzumaki Karen. Uchihas vs Nogara. I request the participants of the first fight to enter the arena. Ina and Hinata complied, standing opposite each other in the arena. The fight began in a simple taijutsu. Hyuga couldn't use her soft fist because she was constantly blocked. The blonde jumped back sharply and used a mind suppression technique, but the brunette jumped back sharply with her Byakugan already activated. Yamanaka couldn't use the technique and then used another. The tremors knocked the opponent off his feet, and the mind control worked. But not for long. As soon as the girl raised her hand, it was pushed out of the mind. The blonde decided to first incapacitate the Hyuga with earth techniques, sometimes defending herself from the soft fist, sometimes attacking. Now the earthen statue was heading for Hinata while Tevzutsu fought. The statue hit the brunette, and she flew into the wall, losing consciousness. Naruto Uzumaki and Hyuga Neji to the arena, Genma announced. I watched your last fight, but I'm sure you can't do anything against me, Fox, said the boy from his clan's branch family. Stop underestimating me. I watched the last fight. Well done. I didn't even do anything there. The Jinchuriki grew angry. No, really. Better stop making me angry. I didn't mean to kill anyone here. Although, if I do, there won't be any problems. Who do you think you are? Even your clan didn't accept you. The power of the words of the blades of 1,000 fire dragons. The red-haired man whispered, ignoring the insult. A long black sword with fiery edges appeared in the boy's hands. Could this sword really be the blade of 1,000 dragons? Wait, fire dragons, some jonin shouted from the stands. This is the sword from the legends. Even though I've only seen it in pictures, it's it. What? Everyone shouted. Apparently, they needed something more lost. The Jinchuriki cursed himself. Neji, hearing this, peered at the sword with his Byakugan and saw a multitude of dragons breathing fire onto it, a feeling of uneasiness. Naruto simply appeared to the right of the Hyuga, swinging the blade, and the boy, realizing he couldn't dodge it, used the same secret spinning technique Hinata used against Tenten. He seemed to have avoided the attack, but fire flew at him with unbearable speed, in an unpredictable direction, precisely following the Hyuga. Not even every Kage could dodge it, and Uzumaki's opponent was just a genius with little combat experience. After the attack, Neji looked like a kebab, just as crisp and browned. Medics, take him away immediately, Shiranuya said, to which the wielder of the Rinnegan simply recalled his sword. Uzumaki defeated Naruto. The boy from the Hyuga branch family was treated in the arena for about 10 minutes, and then he was taken away. All the shinobi openly stared at the red-haired one, who was sitting quite normally in the stands next to Ina and Karen, discussing the next fight. As if he hadn't just used the legendary sword and the neon almost killed one of the main Konoha clans. Uzumaki, Karen, and Shikamaru Nara. Shini walked out restlessly. The brunette found the fight problematic, while the redhead was simply considering which techniques to use. Hikari's sister, emphasizing Nokage, sent a water snake at her opponent. He hid behind a tree again. The brunette. He was pondering a plan when a girl suddenly pulled him out from underground and threw him against the wall. Narikno looked up at the sky. The clouds floated freely and slowly, and yet he had to fight for some weightless rank of Chunin. Although he still had enough chakra from hiding under the tree, he saw no point in fighting. "I surrender," Shikamaru said. Kakashi and Sasuke appeared in the arena at that very moment. "You're just in time," Uchiha said to Sasuke and the dog, emphasizing Nogara. The fight proceeded according to plan, but brunette fared slightly better. The one-tailed Jinchuriki went berserk and began transforming. Naruto was the only one chasing after him. He understood how hard it had been for Gari all this time. Uzumaki, having retreated with the son of 4 Kazekage, activated the true form of the Rinnegan, stopping time. A person couldn't see what happened during the time stop unless the one who invoked the technique wanted it. The dog was sleeping, and the one-tailed beast took control of his body. He couldn't move because of the technique. "Shikaku, I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Naruto nodded. "Who are you, kid? And how do you know my name?" The one-tailed beast answered in a crazed voice. "I am Naruto Uchiha, Kurama's Jinchuriki and the one who foresees the fate of the next sage of the 6 paths," the boy said politely. "Naruto Uchiha, so Kurama told us about you and your power. I'm glad I'm the second-tailed beast to meet you. I see you've already achieved your father's eyes, though yours are completely different now. What is this?" "This is the true form of these eyes. But I don't consider myself equal to Hagoromo Atsutsuki. If my father couldn't achieve such eyes, then you already surpass him," the one-tailed beast laughed. "Don't laugh so stupidly, Shikaku." The 9 tails emerged from Uzumaki's body, but in a smaller form. "Oh, there goes the little bastard," pointing to the key word in this sentence, tailed beast. "Shikaku, could you please leave your Jinchuriki alone? At least until Akatsuki captures you." "Akatsuki? Naruto, what are you talking about?" The Sandman was surprised. In a few years, they plan to capture all the tailed beasts and unlock some great power. "Kurama, haven't you told your Jinchuriki about Juba?" "Kid, all tailed beasts are created from the 10 tails chakra. It is the strongest and will protect its master at all costs. It transforms into a tree of eternal Tsukuyumi, plunging everyone into a pleasant sleep. Or maybe, as we move, but changing its form," the one-tailed Shikaku explained, "I ask you to establish contact with your Jinchuriki and stay close to Hidayuta. This is my village, not far from Konoha. He needs to become someone very important. You could be captured and have a Jubi created. Although I think I created something similar to the 10 tails myself. Hi. A tree with colored veins that accumulates chakra. You can either give it or take it. What do you think about this?" said the red-haired man. "With this kid? Fine. About the tree, take my Jinchuriki to him, and I'll tell him, otherwise, apparently, the brute can't cope. Kurama doesn't remember it, since he's the youngest of you. Shikaku, as the first tailed beast created, you remember the 10-tailed one best." Uzumaki scratched the back of his head. "I'm sorry, but you better return to Gaara. Wait, reset your count of time." Naruto obeyed. "I'll give you some of my chakra, that way we can communicate. It works on my Jinchuriki too." The one-tailed one disappeared into the sun of 4. Kazekage. Shina Bisuni needed to be carried to the hospital, but he didn't have the desire to carry it himself either. A large bear appeared out of nowhere and approached its owner. "Take him and carry him. But be careful, this guy is important," the future sage of the 6 paths ordered. The boy, with the fox on his neck and the large bear walking beside him, headed to the hospital. As soon as the body of Shikaku's Jinchuriki was delivered, Jude disappeared, and Nokagi, with his hiker underscoring, headed for the mark of the 3 Hokage. "Well, monkey," the red-haired one said, ignoring Arakimaru. "And I remember you. You're Sasuke's friend, trying to attract attention, hiding behind your friend. Have you decided?" The boy asked, still ignoring the snake Sannin. "Kid, who do you think you are? You will pay for ignoring me. Ida Tensei." 2 coffins appeared, 1 and 2 Hokage against you too, Sarutobi student shouted. "And Uzumaki only?" Laughed Arakimaru. "Be quiet. And your puppets are of no interest to me," said Kagi. Stopping time. "Hiruzen, your answer?" "I agree to live in Haidai." "Good." Naruto restored the count of time, disappearing. "A puppet, how dare that boy? After you, Hiruzen, I will kill him too." As in canon. 3. Hokage died sealed by the hands of his student. But after the death of the village head, Jiraiya was offered to become Hokage. He refused and offered Princess Tsuna. One of the great Sannin was given the condition that if he did not find Senju in a couple of weeks, he himself would become Kagi. The red-haired man in his hideout, along with 2 Hokage, was resurrecting the soul of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The body of the former head of Konoha was weak. They had to leave him with Hashirama and Taburama. The Toad Sannin decided to take his student to look for his friend. He agreed and went with white-haired, leaving the village on an improved clone. Dosu's training was temporarily postponed, but Zabuza Mamachi himself took over, promising Hira the best possible result from Nokagi's emphasis on him, without strong drugs. After all, Haku was also trained to prepare some kind of medium-level stat-boosting essences. The Jinchuriki personally taught him, opening his hideout to 3 more shinobi, Haku, Zabuza, and Dosu. The search for the Sand Clan princess lasted a week. She was found in a tavern in the Water Village. The blonde was apparently drinking with a friend. As soon as the great medical Nin saw her former teammate, she stood up. And "Hello to you, Tsunade. Our teacher is dead, and I wanted you to become Hokage's drink." An empty bottle of sake was thrown at the pervert. Tsuna, the woman's gaze shifted to the boy next to her. "You must become Hokage. We're waiting for you." "Naruto yourself," Senju said in fear. "Did you really drink to the point of a squirrel?" She laughed. "Excuse me, we need to go. Don't follow us," the Chunin said, taking the blonde by the arm and teleporting to his office. "Yes, Tsuna, should I call Mito and Hashirama?" "Since you don't believe me," he rubbed the bridge of the red-haired girl's nose. "Is it really you?" the woman said quietly. "Yes, call them, trying to check." "Shursui, Uchiha has appeared. Call Hashirama, Senju and Mito Uzumaki to my office. Tell them it's urgent and they have 2 minutes." "Yes," Hikari emphasized, but Kagi herself disappeared, brunette. "Until they arrive. You can ask your questions," since the boy's clone developed as soon as he appeared on the table. There were also papers. "How? You died a long time ago and are now at such an age," Irionin whispered. "I'll tell you that a little later." "Where are we?" "This is my village. It's secret, and you definitely haven't heard of it." "Hidayta, the village hidden in fire. I am, as you heard, higher, underlining Nokagi, the shadow of light. I have a truce agreement signed with Konoha. The monkey, of course, helped with this. He did everything quickly. He's really dead. But Tobirama and I recently invented a technique. Well, nothing new, really. But the soul resurrection technique. Hiruzen is currently in a secret hideout. My sensei and your grandfather are watching him. Arakimaru killed him, but it was predictable, and the monkey himself decided to eliminate the possibility of survival. He sealed the snake's hands. We're discussing the next Hokage. And as you understand, Tsuna, is it you? Suddenly there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Hikari no Kage-sama emphasized. You called us. The blonde's grandparents entered. Tsuna. I brought your princess here to explain everything to her. Everyone looked at him in surprise. What are you saying, pointing to the tires without your village, and then tell me I did something wrong? The boy stood up from the table. Come here. The Jinchuriki stood between them. Grab them. He embraced all three and rejoiced at the family reunion. The red-haired man hugged everyone tighter. Tsuna. We missed you, said one Hokage. Grandma, Grandpa, forgive me, but I can't. I was able to save Nawaki until he met you. He kept saying he'd become Hokage, just like you, Grandpa, cried the great loser, long since sober. It's okay, we know that. Shinobi War. We can resurrect him if you want. He'll be glad to see you as Hokage, but he'll live here. Uzumaki said. Resurrect what? But he won't be able to live like he did before. The woman cried out. Naruto moved away from everyone, sitting back down at the table. You're wrong. I was talking about resurrecting the soul. It completely revives a person. They live as they want. No one will capture them. I can resurrect your brother, but if he's weak, you'll be the one looking after him. I don't need anything from you. Just become the 5th Hokage and we'll continue to be allies. Send the most difficult tasks to my village, but the monkey will probably explain everything to you about that himself. Hashirama, pay attention to your forehead, said the future sage of the 6 paths. Ah, indeed, you, like Naruto, managed to master my hermit mode, and even improved it. Well done. 1. Hokage praised his granddaughter. Okay, my dears, I know how touching this moment is, but I need to tell her everything. After the story, under time suspension. So, I'll have to help you raise your reputation and fight against some force. The blonde said, calming down. Yes, but that's not all. When I reveal my identity, you must support me. Even if you don't have to ask. Also, Jiraiya mustn't know who I am for now. Let's just say I've straightened you out. You will live in my village. The protection allows it. I'm considered a Shina Bikanahi. Feel free to give me missions, but if something happens to the team, don't lower the mission rank. Sakura, let's say, is extra baggage, but do with her what you want. Sasuke left Konoha, and missions to bring him back are welcome. As for Nawaki, I'll start working on that once we return to Konoha. I didn't mention Katsuki. It's an organization that's been growing stronger for several years now. In a few more years, they'll begin fulfilling their goal, gathering all the warriors together and creating the most powerful weapon. I have a spy among Akatsuki's ranks. You've heard about the extermination of the Uchiha. Nod, look out the window. What? Brunettes and redheads. Those are the Uzumaki and Uchiha. Princess Tsunade was surprised. Yes, they live here, in my village. No one died that night, but my secret was revealed to 2 clans. Oh, it's good that time stopped. We have to go back. Tsuna, we'll be waiting for you, said Mito. I'll build you a house. You will need to keep an eye on your brother and find a husband, laughed one Hokage, and one of the great Sanins blushed and hit the floor. Tsunade! Hikari shouted, emphasizing Nokagi's words, looking at the stone shards frozen in midair. Rewind time a minute ago, said the boy, his Rinnegan true form activated. All the stones quickly returned to their places, and there were no cracks. If my office is damaged even a little again, I will transfer all the damage to whoever did it. Hashirama's angry glare. The house must be large and sturdy. Mito. Could you put up barriers there, and Tana will repair her own property? The house near mine is better, otherwise I don't want to run after everyone. Tsunade, I'll introduce you to my Umbu later. I trust them as I trust myself. You will live near them, because I live there. Shursui, check on Hiruzen and warn Danzo where the 3 Hokage are and how long it will take for them to see each other. The order was heard, and the Umbu disappeared. We're going back. Time continued to tick, and the Jinchuriki and the blonde disappeared. When Senju and Naruto returned, they found the toad Sannin, completely drunk, lying on the table, and across from him was a brunette who was Tsunade. Shizune, wake up. We're going to Kanahu. You will be my advisor. The woman lightly banged the table, and those lying on it suddenly woke up. What, Tsunade, do you agree? Did my student really talk you into this? Well done, Naruto, the Sannin shouted excitedly. Yes, pervert. Get ready, or we'll leave you here, the boy grinned cruelly. You are my student and you wouldn't dare do this, the man said proudly. I don't consider myself your student. I have a teacher, and I don't want to change him. You taught me only a couple of techniques, that's nothing. But my sensei taught me everything he knows. And that's not 1,000 erosion techniques. T.S., the white-haired one cried out. The way back was faster, because they knew exactly where they were going. While everyone was resting, the red-haired one and Princess Sand were training, or rather, the boy was teaching her. The blonde had all the elements except wind. These were the elements Uzumaki taught. Since it was 2 days to Konoha, there were about 4 stops, where the future Hokage became quite strong. Apart from training, there was nothing on the way. Stop, food, travel and sleep, not even a single attack. Near the gates to the village, the Jinchuriki showed the strongest Ilian in Mount Hokage and explained that there was a village hidden in fire under the barrier. For Tsunade to take the post, a meeting of the elders had to be held. The boy was there too. All the elders supported Princess Sand as Hokage. She was supposed to be announced in a couple of days. After the meeting, Naruto took one of the Sannin and put one Hokage on his head. Let blood, the future one said calmly. Sage. The woman obeyed, but seeing the red liquid flowing down her hands, she closed her eyes. The boy made hand seals. Come in. The blonde opened her eyes and saw the edge of the cloak through the stone. She went inside. Follow me exactly and remember the way. The boy walked on. Reflexes, turning in front of the door of seals. I'm back, shouted the Jinchuriki. Now Naruto, I'll be there. Came from one of the rooms. Tsuna, look, there are a lot of rooms here. You can walk through them all. The main events will take place in the lab. And if you see rooms with money, don't be surprised and don't touch them. I know you, Hashirama. The boy turned to the younger Sand. Sensei, I'll be there myself. The red-haired man went to one of the rest rooms and there was Tabarama with 3 Hokage. Hiruzen was still weak, and this was quite noticeable by the color of his skin. Sensei, we'll soon need to resurrect another person, but this time it's your grandson, the student said casually. What, grandson? You mean Nawaki? The white-haired man spoke hoarsely. Yes, your granddaughter is already exploring the shelter. Then she'll take him to her house, which I hope Harama has already built, and will check the condition of his body. You can search for Tsuna, show us everything at the same time, and in the meantime, I'll try to give you something. 2 monkeys. Hokage left, and the Jinchuriki remained in the room. I know you're awake. How are you? Sarutobi spoke very sluggishly, quietly, with a hoarse rasp. Well, yes, someone just decided to seal Arakimaru's hands with a deadly technique and damaged his soul, and it's recovering, the boy smiled. Okay, Hiruzen, you look quite young. How old is this shell of you? 20, not bad, by the way. Think about being an umbu. Otherwise, I need subordinates, smile. Okay, sleep. The Chunin placed a finger on the forehead of the young Hokage, pouring chakra and putting him to sleep. At Tsunade. The woman calmly strolled through the shelter, entering each room. There was the kitchen, the bedroom, the training ground, the lab, and then a man approached her. Hello, Tsunade, said the tall, white-haired man, and the blonde pounced on him. Tabarama-san. When they announced to everyone that you died on one of the missions and left Hiruzen as his successor, I looked for your body. But it was gone. His gaze grew sad. Naruto-san said that Nawaki could be resurrected without consequences. Yes, Tsunade. We've been working on this technique for weeks. It's perfect. The 2 Hokage grinned. Come, I'll show you everything. Naruto is sitting with Hiruzen. The tour of the shelter was quite long. As he passed through each bedroom, Tabarama called out names, and when he didn't, it meant the room was still unoccupied. When one of the great Sannin women walked into a refrigerator completely stocked with meat, she was surprised. But when her grandfather said it was too early to be surprised, the blonde, she calmed down. After the refrigerator room, there were the animal rooms. Everything in them was like a forest. The mechanized animals reacted calmly. They sniffed, sensed a hint of familiarity, and began to cuddle. Even a bear several times larger than Tsunaga tried to stick its head in her hands. About an hour later, the entire shelter was shown, and they went into the break room, where 3 Hokage and a boy were. Oh, I hope you enjoyed this hour. Let's go to the lab. Suna, you too. Maybe you'll learn and be able to do everything without me. Uzumaki stood up and walked down the hallway to the right room. Tarama, just follow her in the direction of the blonde. The wielder of the Rinnegan approached a giant flask filled with blood up to the ceiling, turned the tap, poured some into a regular flask, and poured in his chakra. The boy poured the contents of the flask onto the floor, made about 2 seals, and cast the resurrection of the soul. The liquid on the floor boiled and began to spill more. Now the liquid was about 150 centimeters long and 60 cm wide. Organs began to emerge from the liquid, then veins and blood vessels. Muscles began to grow over all of this. And after just 2 minutes, skin appeared. His cheeks were flushed. Suddenly, the boy who emerged from the liquid opened his eyes. Sister, a boy of about 7 to 9 years old croaked. Tears streamed down the woman's face. The red-haired man approached the body, poured some more of his chakra into it, and picked him up. Tsuna, we're going to your house now. And I'm leaving my brother with you, Uzumaki said. I'll tell you how to care for him when I get there. Yes. The Biggest Loser pulled herself together. Naruto held the boy in his arms, and a hand was on his shoulder. The Jinchuriki appeared at the building of the higher underscoring Wanaji and walked toward his house. Shursui, tell the Hashiras that their grandson and granddaughter at home gave orders to the Kage of this village. Hi. The brunette disappeared. The blonde helped open the door for the Rinnegan wielder. And he entered, laying the resurrected Nawaki on the sofa in the living room. Tsuna, let him sleep. Remind him of the past and his death. Give him the usual chakra replenishing pills. Feed him light food. And he needs to drink plenty. Most importantly, stock up on chocolate. And give him that every time he wakes up. But you can give him blood replenishing medicine and a transfusion, but not too often. Treat all wounds. Wash him a couple of times a week. He needs care. He will most likely wake up by morning. Do not leave him alone. If he needs anything, I, as the Nokage underlined Hira, will help. Your relatives will be arriving soon. Oh, by the way, they had a daughter, and she's about 6. If you need to leave urgently, then call someone to babysit your brother, but only someone you trust. Regarding that girl who came with us, she will live with you, said the future sage. 6 paths. Most likely, yes, answered the future Hokage. Okay, when she shows up in the village, have her come to my office. The shelter she was in is secret, and if anyone else comes in, they'll shatter into pieces. I sealed your blood there. You can come over, I'll give you a room. We'll have to hang up some name tags. The boy laughed. Hiruzen died from a deadly sealing technique. And now Arakimaru can't use his hands. He'll probably try to find you. Do what you want here, it won't bother me. And Tsuna, stop being afraid of blood. We'll have to kill a lot, and people will drown in blood. I just want the best for you. By the way, I'll be somewhere else in a while. I want to learn my true summoning. I mastered it, but only with the scroll of the pervert and the toads. I might be gone for a while, but I'll leave the clone. Finished the red-haired one. Okay, but there are a lot of summons. Hiccup emphasized Nokage and left, returning to his office. He finished his work and went into first blood. The Jinchuriki sat in the lotus position and meditated. He found himself in his subconscious with the 2-tailed beasts and another red-haired boy his age. Hello, Gaara. I'm Naruto. You probably remember me from the exam, the Uzumaki said calmly. Yes, I remember you. Where am I? The dog said to the underlined boy, a little tensely. Don't worry, this is my subconscious. As you can see, I am also the Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. That time, when Shikaku wanted to break free, I talked to him. He probably told you that he wouldn't try to free himself anymore. You have time now. You are free, I mean, or there is someone nearby. Everything is fine, said the son of Kazekage. I will tell you my story. It will take time. After the story, you, Naruto Uchiha, the one from the history books, are Katsuki's organization, which will try to take the one-tailed beast from me. I understand you. From now on, I will consider you a friend. And since Kagi is my friend, why shouldn't I be one too? The dog grinned, Nora emphasizing. If you become a Kazekage, it will be bad for that organization and good for us. After all, you will have many privileges, responsibilities, and power. Also, as Nokage's hero, emphasizing, I will sign a truce treaty, but I need to sign it with Konohi too. This is a cover village for me and Hidayuta. Befriend Shikaku, and then you will become stronger as a shinobi. But as a person too, because people hate tailed beasts. We must change that. Yes. The Chunin slammed their fists. Shikaku, I repeat, you are not in a cage. You are attached to a person. Even if he lets you go, you will never be able to forget him. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki looked at the Sandman and smiled. I'm going to seal all the tailed beasts within me without Jinchuriki, and those who have Jinchuriki, tell us about themselves and, if possible, invite them to your village. The two tailed beasts' expressions changed. Naruto, can you awaken the Jubi? The Kyubi said. No, I have Haguroma blood in me, which means you won't merge, but will continue to be separate individuals, even ones as complex as Shikaku. The one-tailed beast became embarrassed and turned away. Don't be offended. If you suddenly sense the chakra of the other tailed beasts, then tell me. By the way, Gaara, to contact me, simply access your subconscious and imagine Kurama. When I return, I'll try to stay in my village for a while. I need to show you something through you, Shikaku. Perhaps this will be our trump card. Okay, time to go our separate ways. If you don't hear from me, then I'm in another world learning how to summon some creature. Become stronger. I will return as soon as possible and better, so that Kazakaji Jagara, the dog of the underlined, will meet me, and I will reveal the village. Uzumaki waved his hand, dissolving in the subconscious of the owner of the Rinnegan. Kurama, do you know where any of the tailed beasts are? Asked the red-haired one. If I felt it, I would tell you, answered the fox. Since I'm already meditating, I will contact Itachi. The Jinchuriki performed a couple of seals, and in his subconscious appeared a brunette with long hair pulled back into a ponytail and wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Itachi, do you know anything about the whereabouts of the bijou? Smiled Hikari, the Nokich's underline. You already know about the one-tailed one. Nod. Good. The two-tailed Jinchuriki are in the village of clouds, the three-tailed ones are in the forest on the border of the village of mist between the islands, most likely underwater. The four-tails Jinchuriki lives in the stone village. The five-tails Jinchuriki lives in his house near the stone. The six-tails Jinchuriki in the mist village, the seven-tails in the waterfall. But upon his remains, the eight-tails Jinchuriki is in the cloud, the Uchiha said. Have the organization's plans changed? Asked the Uzumaki. No, you want to disappear? Yes, to find the true summoning and train in it. A couple more things. Itachi told him everything about his missions and policies. After disappearing from his subconscious, Naruto decided to take up Dosu's training. And after 2 months, they finished. The boy went on missions to capture Sasuke, but he was unsuccessful. Kanuto became strong enough to easily kill the former master Arakimaru. Sasuke contacted his friend and told him everything, how he was being trained and what experiments were being conducted on him. With each passing day, the snake-like Sanin's gaze shifted to his student, which frankly infuriated him. The cursed first-level mark was completely under control, and the training continued. The shelters changed every week. There were many failed experiments, and only a few successful ones. Uchiha's Menjikyu Sharingan, of course, wasn't showing, nor most of its abilities. As it turned out, the Sound Village was under the Sanin's rule, and he was considered a Kagei there, but most of the people living there were probably monsters with human impulses, deformed, with different skin types, wings, tails, and the like. Apparently, they were the surviving experiments of the snake pedophile. Sasuke played his part perfectly, as if he truly wanted to kill his beloved brother, but Arakimaru believed it, which only played into the boy's hands. Hiruzen returned to his old self within a month, and Danzo would visit him at his house in Hidayta for tea and small talk. The younger version of Sarutobi was quite attractive, and girls on the street periodically glanced at him. After the monkey learned that Uzumaki wanted to disappear, possibly for a couple of years, he nearly had a heart attack. But after an explanation, he calmed down and accepted Wanbu's offer. Shursui made Naruto his deputy, explaining that he was temporarily the Hira of Nokage and had every right to lead the entire Ianbu village. Tsunade was able to quickly nurse her brother Iwaki back to health along with AI, meaning she happily played with her aunt while his sister attended to Hokage affairs. He was immensely proud of her and was glad to be resurrected and have his relatives nearby. The 5 Hokage significantly changed the village, starting from the top, that is, the elders. She fired most of them, based on evidence Naruto gave her after one of his expeditions from the village. She knew how many he killed. He often came to her with a scroll of information completely covered in blood. His hair combined with the blood and became saturated with it, causing it to darken. Even the black fox mask didn't protect her from the blood on her face. Liquid was seeping into her mouth and eyes. But it was barely noticeable. Some people would have definitely vomited at such a sight, but after her brother's full recovery, the blonde no longer feared blood. Hokage also knew that he kept most of the information in his office and even acquired a couple of bookshelves and stored all the classified information there. Everything will be useful in the future, the Jinchuriki said. This was true, because no one knows for sure what will happen tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, in a week, a month, a year, a decade, or a century. No one knows the future. Even those who give prophecies see only words, but everything can be changed before the event. Kurama helped the boy with a plan to capture some of the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki. Naruto was heading to the land of waterfalls after the 7 tails. The red-haired man was approaching the former Uzumaki clan settlement. The village of Whirlpool had been destroyed, as they thought. His mother's clan lived there. The Uzumaki had already been in Konoha long before the attack, taking with them most of the scrolls containing the clan's techniques and secrets. When Tabarama faked his death, they had decided to exterminate the entire red-haired clan, but they were among the strongest shinobi and had escaped, though only a few hundred, which was even fewer now. The future sage was already standing on the remains of the village and activated his eyes. They could see through walls at a distance of about 100 kilometers. And the boy could detect even the slightest fluctuations of chakra. The 7 tails slept in the middle of the village, but, sensing someone's presence, it awoke. Looking around, the wielder of the Rinnegan followed it. "Hello, I am Naruto Uchiha, Jinchuriki of Kurama. May I know your name?" The shinobi said, and a miniature form of the 9 tails appeared from his body. "Why do you want to know my name?" "I see my brother and the imprints of the other's chakra in you too," the Nishiko-like creature replied. "He is a relative of our father and has already surpassed him. Naruto wants to save us from an organization that apparently wants to revive the Jubi," the fox answered for his Jinchuriki. "What? Jubi? What do you want to do, grandson of Hagar?" "I want to seal the free bijou within myself, thus protecting them. And those who already have Jinchuriki must either persuade people to befriend the tailed beasts and fully cooperate, or extract the bijou from them and seal it within themselves." Hikari smiled at Nokage's emphasis. "The Jinchuriki can settle in my village. If you seal all the tailed beasts within yourself, you can revive the 10 tails yourself," the 7 tails shouted. After telling everything, "My name is Chumei, and you, Naruto Uchiha, can seal me. I will also feed you with my power, just like Kurama." Grandson of Haguroma, you should learn to use my power, Beetle said calmly. Thank you, Chume, I will use it wisely. The boy formed hand seals and, having drawn a seal on his stomach, was able to seal the second bijou within himself. No one could endure this before and died. But for the future sage, this was no effort. Zabuza, the wielder of the Rinnegan, summoned the Umbu of his village. Naruto. Hey, how so? Oh right, it's you. What did you want, Hikari, emphasis added, but Keiji-sama, said the former swordsman of the mist. Take me to the mist so that no one can notice me, said Keiji. It depends on where exactly you need to go. There are many islands in the mist village, and almost no one appears on them. And if you go to the center of the village, the 4 Mizukage will most likely notice you, and he is the same as you, a Jinchuriki, Mamachi replied. When the 4 Mizukage sealed the 3 tails? A couple of days ago, after you left, Brunette was standing with a sword behind his back and a book in his hands. After all, before he showed up here, he was at home reading one of the books he'll definitely recommend to the kids at the academy. How long has he been Mizukage? About 2 to 3 years younger than you. You must bring me to him. But make sure he doesn't know it. I'll kill him. Uzumaki looked into the distance, thinking about something. Kill the Mizukage. He seems to be good at using his bijou's powers. And how do you know it's the 3 tails sealed within him? Zabuza tried to understand the situation he'd find himself in now, to see the power of his former and current Keiji. But the wielder of the Rinnegan is a god. He's considered a god both in strength and in judgment. But the object of his adoration doesn't think so. He doesn't think he's strong enough and trains, becoming stronger than even the sage of the 6 paths, but he doesn't believe it. I know where the others are, so you have one day to get me to the 4 Mizukage in the mist. It wasn't easy, but hiding my presence proved quite useful. After all, when several of the 7 swordsmen of the mist pass by, there aren't many other options. Yes, a single Jinchuriki could kill all 7 without much effort, but that would raise a ruckus. There was no need to attract attention at all. Silently kill the Keiji of the mist, take the bijou, and find another Jinchuriki in the village. Naruto arrived at the Mizukages after the allotted day, wearing the Black Forest mask. Yagura sat at his desk in his office. You, the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, either die after I extract it, or come with me, the Chunin ordered. Who are you? And why do you want my tailed beast? He is the weapon of my village, and you will not take him from me. Ah, Black Fox, I have heard of you, but even rumors about you cannot kill me, the green-haired man replied. You choose death. Very well then. The boy in the black cloak with a hood and mask put up a barrier so that no one would hear them or notice the splash of chakra. Zabuza, the former swordsman of the mist, has appeared. Find the Jinchuriki of the 6-tailed fox. Watch, but do not attack. If he notices, you can knock him out, but do not kill him. I remembered, Hikari, no Kage-sama's emphasis. So you betrayed me. I thought you died. After the disappeared former Shinobitaman said to the Mizukage, who are you that you even followed Buzz Mamachi and carry out all your orders? I hope your bijou hears this. I am Kurama's Jinchuriki, Hagura Matsutsuki's grandson, the future sage of the 6 paths. My name is Naruto Uchiha. You will die, Yagura. I gave you a choice. The red-haired man activated the Rinnegan, pulled the green-haired man in, and cast Jinjutsu. Then he touched the seal. on the boy's chest, and it disappeared. The three tails crawled out of the boy's body in pieces and appeared in a miniature form. Mizukage was already dead. "I heard who you are," said the Biju created in the likeness of a turtle. "I want to see my brother. Now I am weak and cannot sense his chakra." Kurama, Chumiai. Two miniature forms of Biju appeared from the body of the wielder of the Rinnegan. "I believe you, I am ready to be sealed, as the brothers told me. In our subconscious, you will not harm me and even want to protect us. I and Sobu know where the six-tailed Jinchuriki is. I will show you the way." The three tails was sealed. The boy uses a special seal. It is invisible and cannot be felt. Only through such a seal can all the chakra be transferred to the Jinchuriki. Uzumaki learned the location of the next-tailed beast in his subconscious and went there. After the barrier and the boy himself disappeared, several jonin ran into the Mizukage's office, shouting something to each other. Naruto was already heading for one of the islands in the land of water. It was there that the Jinchuriki of the slimy Biju lived. The boy who was the Jinchuriki didn't really trust anyone. And when the future sage of the six paths appeared, he emerged from what looked like a house and stood before the boy. "May I know your name?" the boy asked. "Utakata, but who came here and why?" The brunette spoke with obvious distrust after the story. "So, since I'm sure I'll be safe and treated normally, I agree," he said to the six-tails Jinchuriki. "Wait." The red-haired man approached the boy and poured some of his chakra into him. "This will allow us to communicate with each other. Just go into your subconscious and imagine me there." "Utakata, may I know the name of your Biju?" "Seiken. He constantly talked to me about his brothers and floated when he remembered their separation." The brunette grinned. The boy, the six-tails Jinchuriki, sent Hidate along with Abuza, or rather, recalled Mamachi, and an adult boy joined him. Uzumaki simply decided that he wouldn't go after the other tailed beasts for now, since he already had 3 Biju sealed within him, and 1 was in his village. There were 5 left, but the boy had already spent a lot of time on the tailed beasts. Now he could try using his true summoning. "Summoning," the Jinchuriki said, biting his thumb and touching the ground with it. Questions like, "What is this, where am I," and so on, were now spinning in Hikari's head, underscored by Nokagi. The boy was in the center of a giant volcano and standing on lava. It wasn't hot, but it was unusual. "Is anyone here?" Naruto shouted. "Is anyone here?" Naruto shouted. No one answered, and the boy moved on. This place was more reminiscent of hell than any known summoning. Uzumaki walked forward for about 15 minutes and saw a light. There was an exit from the volcano. The boy had already reached it, but some creature stopped him, a hard sign. "Are you human?" it said out of nowhere. "Yes, I, the future sage of the 6 paths, the grandson of Hagura Matsutsuki," the red-haired one answered. "Can I know your name and see you?" "I am not fire." A giant fire dragon swam out of the lava. On its head were 2 long horns, on its back were fins. It had large wings, which it began to flap as soon as it rose from the lava. At the bend of its wings was a claw, but still not small in size. Its paws were so big that even a small village would be smaller than them. "As you can see, I am a dragon, but your people are used to calling all creatures unusual for them demons. I am Naruto Uchiha. Of course, I am surprised. This is the first time I have seen a dragon. I have only seen them in books and pictures a long time ago. But these are on a completely different scale," the Jinchuriki said in surprise. How did you get here? People can't just get here, said the flying dragon. I simply used a summoning and ended up here, the boy replied. Impossible. Since you are the only one in thousands of years who was able to get here, then your destiny truly is to become the next sage of the 6 paths. Only Haguruma, Indra, and Ashura could get here. This is a paradise island. All those whom people call demons live here. Many different kinds of creatures are here. Since only you can get here, you can master demonic summoning and also become a hermit of the demonic rank. Only the gods are above us, and we can communicate with them. But our summoners are considered gods themselves. And, of course, you will be able to communicate with all the gods. If they accept you, you will live forever and become stronger than all. Jashin usually can't accept anyone, because humans rarely kill, and his victims are few. Many believe in him, and he grants immortality to special individuals, but for now, they kill for him. Naruto, come. I'll take you to the demon sage. Previously, the great dragon had shrunk and become a tall man with red hair. At times, his skin showed a red tint with scales. Only high-ranking demons can transform into humans. Many creatures here have reached such a rank, but not all. Demons give birth again and again. We can be born, but we can only die once every 1,000 years, and even then, not always. The boy was led to the exit of the volcano, and a brightly lit clearing was visible there. Many creatures were sleeping, lying, and even flying above the clearing. A crowd of different creatures were also visible in the nearby lake. Everyone who noticed. The people next to Nyogen stared fixedly at each other, some of them bowing their heads. Chinese dragons were in the clearing. They resembled snakes. But with a dragon's head, many elements belonged to creatures. There were horses with additional elements like wood, fins, or a charred mane. There were also completely black creatures, about which nothing was known. Giant snakes also slithered, also with various elements. They apparently weren't even considered snakes, since they weren't in Ryuchi Cave. After all, snake summoning was studied there, and snakes lived there too. There were also creatures that appeared to be crossbred. Also visible in the clouds were griffins, phoenixes, winged panthers, and a host of creatures incomprehensible to the mind. The demon sage looked like a golden dragon, perhaps only 50 meters tall. He wasn't large, but he had a white mustache flowing into a goatee. Well, I see a new creator has arrived. People are probably still afraid of power. I am the demon sage Daichi. My goal is to maintain order and ensure that all demons live happily. Time flows here completely differently than it does for humans. On Paradise Island, time flows more slowly than anywhere else. Even on Mount Myoboku, Ryuchi Cave, and in the Shikatsu Forest. A year here is equivalent to an hour in your world. So, you can train here without bothering about time. Creator, ask me anything. I am ready to answer you for years on end. As I understand it, all creatures here have their own elements, and there are 5 of them, like the Ushinobis. A negative nod. We don't have 5 elements, there are more. There is also Kikagenkoi, meaning demons. Can be born with a special ability, but for us it is a separate element. For example, there are the elements of shadows, wood, ice, lava, and the rarest, death. The last element is quite complicated. They take souls. You've probably already seen creatures with the shadow element. They are completely black from birth, and even their blood is that color. The wood element is like that of one person. Hashirama. Only I can master it. Ice is quite common. But only Nyagon can master lava. You can eat whatever you want on the Paradise Islands, just imagine it. Demon mode has several stages. The first is the use of all elements and the absorption of natural chakra. The second is a partial transformation, which can allow you to fly, crawl, swim, or breathe underwater. The third stage is the most difficult to learn. This is a complete transformation into a demon. You can change the types of demons. The last stage gives the full power of the creature you transformed into. Also, if you learn some element here, you can fully use it in your world. I cannot teach you the wood element. I master it. Daichi, I can take it away. One of the demons to your world forever, the boy asked. Yes, but if he agrees, your powers will not be wasted. He will appear human until there is danger. Creator, why do you need this? Said the demon sage. I am the head of a village. For now, it is secret, and no one knows about it. But when I learn everything here, I want to return to my world and declassify the village. I am sure that they will want to attack it, and I want to take one demon to defend it. After all, the people there are truly good. Then choose one of the demons and ask him. It is unlikely that they will refuse the creator. Let's begin Naruto's training. The Golden Dragon Ukulazum told about their history, about the types of demons and why no one can summon them. It is because of their power. Demons wield terrifying power, and their summoners become gods, and with terrifying power, much can be done. A year later, the Jinchuriki is already familiar with all the demons and even witnessed the birth of a genius. He had the black shadow element from birth. The boy also knew the entire history of demons. After 50 years, the first stage of the demon hermit mode was also mastered. Keiji's Hikari emphasized his training with Nyagon and attempted to swim in lava. It was unusual, but even without any modes, the boy managed it. Heat had no effect, and there was no heat. The lava element immediately began to yield after such a swim. With each year spent there, the boy matured and almost became a man, but in appearance, no more than a year had passed. Naruto spent 500 years on a paradise island, and Nyagon agreed to become Hidayta's protector. One day, another demon was born, but its mother died, and the Jinchuriki was forced to take it with her, feeding, protecting, and giving it her love. The demon was a blue crossbreed and looked more like a dragon. But who was it really? The element seemed to be ice, but perhaps this little dragon was one of those with two elements. The dragon's name was Michika. The red-haired one had been absent from his world for almost a year and a half, and when he returned, he already possessed the power of all his tailed beasts, unmatched by anyone, for he was the strongest. The Jinchuriki appeared at the entrance to Konoha with a small dragon on his shoulder and terrifying strength within him. His speed was comparable to sound, and his physical prowess was incomparable, as the boy could easily lift a mountain with one hand. His hair had grown so long that he had to tie it in a ponytail, otherwise he would be a copy of his father, only with blood-red hair. Of course, on the Paradise Islands, he contacted Itachi, Sasuke, Gaara, and Uchiha. He learned a lot from their words, but even more was revealed to him by Shisui, who was the acting hero underscoring the Nukagi while Uzumaki himself. He won't return. The Rinnegan wielder calmly walked forward, and was stopped at the village entrance. Who are you and why have you come to Konoha? Asked the watchman. I am Uzumaki Naruto and I live here, the Chunin quietly replied. How? Can you prove it? Take me to the Heikage, and she will prove it. In the Heikage's office. Tsunade-sama. There's a boy here who claims to be Uzumaki Naruto and that you'll prove it. The Jonin said on one knee. Let him in, answered 5. Tsuna, I am back, said the student of the 2 Hokage. I've been training and am now ready to become a Fikare again, emphasizing Nokage. Is it really you, Naruto-sama? The blonde was surprised. Yes, all the information for the time I was gone is on my desk. I'm returning to my village. Questions are unnecessary. The boy has disappeared. Although the future sage has been gone for a year and a half, I really want to return to my duties and find Jashin's Kasu. The Jinchuriki was in his office. The Uchiha was sitting at his desk, sorting through papers. Shursui, I'm back, I smiled at the real Kage of the village. Naruto, I've been waiting for you for a very long time. How are you? Even coping with this? A man with red hair recently arrived and said that you too, when you disappeared Zabuza, he brought the Jinchuriki, we've settled him in. That man is now under Umbu guard in the village. I'm returning your post of higher underscoring, but Kagi herself sighed. Okay, bring the red-haired man to my office. Zabuza, Haku, Hiruzen, and Dosu too, and call an emergency meeting of the clan heads in an hour, then come back, Uzumaki smiled. Hi. The Umbu disappeared, and the boy sat down at his desk. There, as always, was a lot of paperwork. The holder of the Rinnegan was reading the mountain of papers that the 5 Hokage had handed him. In front of the boy, a squad of 6 Umbu shinobi knelt on one knee, and a man stood next to him. The Jinchuriki told the Umbu everything. So, I called you to tell you a few things. This, he pointed to the red-haired man, Nyogen, he said, he is the protector of our village. When Hidayuta is in danger, he will protect it. I also intend to spread rumors about the existence of our village. She will officially exist, and we will interact with other villages. I've been busy while I was gone. For you, it's only been a year and a half, but for me, 500 years. I've become stronger. I hope you haven't been fooling around either. I'm heading to the clan meeting, so I'm giving you instructions. Zabuza and Hako are to find out the location of Jashin's scythe. Hiruzen, you go to Hokage and tell him everything I just said. Dosu, your task is to tell all the residents of Hidayuta that Hikari, emphasizing Nokage, has returned and shown Nyogen the village. Shursui will attend the meeting. That's all. The boy rose from the table and slowly walked to the meeting room. Everyone was already waiting for him, clearly perplexed, but as soon as Kagi entered, everyone turned their gaze to him. Everyone was surprised and happy. I returned recently. As you understand, this meeting is urgent for a reason. I want to discuss the opening of the village with you. We will cooperate with the other villages. In case of an attack, I have brought a protector. He can handle any enemy. But Hikari, Nokage-sama emphasized, we are not ready for such a step, the head of the Uchiha said. Fugakusen, I will take care of everything. The leaf and sand will definitely interact with us. Gaara didn't become Kazekage for nothing. It was our plan with him. There won't be any problems with Konoha and Suna. And if the other villages want to attack, they will be killed. Or completely destroyed. The protector is not really the type to show pity. What do you want from us? Tabarama said. For you to develop the village as quickly as possible, for the Uzumaki clan to sell various seals. After all, there must be an economy with countries too. Father, the economy is also on you. Mito, those plants that we have in surplus can also be sold. Hashirama, build Inns, a place to eat, baths, springs, etc. In addition, a few extra houses. If anyone wants to stay longer, if there are such people, let them contact me. The Uchiha clan must conduct covert activities so that no one guesses who you are, or rather, just don't. Use your eyes. I will contact Kazakage and announce my decision. He stated. Jinchuriki. How much time do we have? Sei asked. A week, after which I'll announce our existence immediately. The boy also said this, standing up and leaving. Sure sway, free. Until tomorrow, the brunette had disappeared. A boy of about 14 sat at the table, shuffling through papers for hours. Despite his age, he was a hiker, as Nokagi emphasized. The red-haired man was reviewing the basic information for the year and a half he'd been gone. Two more boys sat on the couch, reading the same papers. Of course, the Jinchuriki had summoned a couple of shadow clones to help. For almost 2 days, Uzumaki had been sitting in his office, shuffling through papers. Finally, the work was finished. Many S-rank missions had piled up. Apparently, they were the ones left for Kaga. Naruto finished the last stack of papers and cried out with joy. The wielder of the Rinnegan took a stack of S-rank missions and, having signed them all, disappeared. The Chunin set out to defend his village. He had to kill even more people than usual, but that wasn't a problem. It was just killing. As always, the shinobi was dressed all in black, wearing his fox mask of the same color. But something had changed. His long hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and a silver chain bearing the Jashin symbol adorned his neck. Bodies fell, one after another, to the ground, already saturated with death. The boy had already dispatched most of the people with his katana speed, but then he saw the top of the silver hair. He quickly severed the heads of his victims, transporting those still alive along with him. Kagei's hijacked expression told him who that person was. Knowing the consequences, the boy teleported several kilometers further. After all, if he encountered Akatsuki now, all his plans could be ruined. Uzumaki was covered in blood as he slaughtered the remaining guilty people and cut off their heads. From all the villagers' murders, there was enough blood hidden in the fire for all the experiments and resurrections, so he no longer sealed the blood in his dimension. The smell of blood from shinobi was pungent, disgusting, and very distinct. A normal person would probably vomit a couple of times, maybe even lose consciousness. But our hero doesn't care. What's the point? This isn't his last murder. He'll forever see, smell, and even interact with blood. He resurrects people, experiments on that same blood, and enhances people using their DNA. The best DNA for experiments is blood. It's blood that keeps a person alive. Naruto quickly finished and, with the remaining groups of criminals, headed to the black market using the flying Thunder God technique. He handed over all the heads, received the reward, and sealed it in a scroll. He'll open them later in his hideout, but for now, he's covered in blood. Drenched in it. He'll go and intimidate Tsunade, because he's gotten some good information in one of the camps, and he needs to do something with it quickly. Tsunade. The boy quietly said, appearing out of nowhere, I dug up something for you. Yes, he was covered in blood, but the blonde hadn't been afraid of it for a long time, only the pungent smell made her a little nauseous. There was a scroll on the Hokage's desk, which was littered with papers. And the Ukagi, the village of fire, it was empty, but apart from all sorts of office supplies, there wasn't a single paper. Naruto herself, one of the great Sannin, opened the scroll and began to read. What? How dare they? San slammed the table, clearly angry. The cat appeared, all the elders. To my office. Immediately. The shinobi disappeared. Where did you find this? On one of their missions to the Nukkinen hideout, they were a powerful organization and killed people. Most likely, in addition to Konoha's setup, there should have been the elimination of the leading forces. Well, more precisely, the strongest shinobi should have been exterminated one by one. The red-haired man took off his mask and ran his hand over his face, rubbing his eyes from the unpleasantly dry liquid. I knew, of course, that you can't trust the elders, but I even changed them. What does power do to people? The princess rubbed the bridge of her nose. Hokage herself. The elders have arrived, said the shinobi at the door. Let them in. The village headman Naruto gave the order. If you have the strength, stay back, just in case you immediately carry out their punishment. Good, Chunin exhaled. Tsunade, why did you call us all here? Said the old woman. I'll tell you in advance that the elders at 3 and 4 were different in my plot, and I chose the original 5. Silence. Shouted Sand. Danzo, can you watch? You have nothing to do with this, said the man covered in blood. Nar, Fox, since you're here, it looks like there will be an execution, the old man laughed, moving closer to his friend. I'll be happy to watch the show, Hokage's left hand said in his ear. Ah, Danzo, be careful, I'm covered in blood, the red-haired girl said with a feigned intonation. Read. Hokage threw a scroll at the elders, which was also covered in blood, just like the owner of the Rinnegan. After all, he was the one who brought it in his own hands. What, Tsunade? You understand that this is a fake. And who gave it to you anyway? His gaze shifted to the real shinobi next to Danzo. Could it really be this brat? Are you a Chinosumaki? He is a traitor. Since he brought such false information. Quiet. You are both accused of treason. And your punishment? Death. Carry out, the blonde said. How dare you? I'm getting older. The head fell to the floor. What? Tsunade? I repent. I sinned, but I saved. The body of the other elder fell dead. I thought it would last longer, Shimura was upset. That's how I simply followed orders. The boy said. Please forgive me, I'm going back. We need to open the village, the Jinchuriki bowed. In the office, Naruto met Zabuza and Haku. Do you know anything? Asked Keiji. Sitting down in his signature chair. Yes, higher, Nokage's emphasis. I report, Mamachi said. Jashin's casa is in the grass village. The power is unknown. There is a legend about its origin. When Jashin was a man, he was a plowman. His main tool was a scythe. Later, when his village was destroyed, Jashin killed a man with a scythe for the first time. Then, before becoming a god, he asked a craftsman to forge him a scythe. The man used it for about a year, but then became the god of death or the god of deaths. His exact title as a god is unknown. No one can lift the scythe, and only the worthy can lift it, as well as fight with it. Something else. Higher. Nokage-sama emphasized, we learned that the stone village is going to attack the cloud, Haku said. Okay, if that's all, you can go. The boy got up from the table. Hi. Now Uzumaki was moving to. He approached each of those present at the clan meeting and asked how the opening of the village was going. Everything was going well and quickly. Many civilians even offered to work for the tourists. In hotels, hot springs, restaurants, and so on. Everyone reported on their work and experiences. Since the village was doing well, Keiji. Decided to be the first blood. The shelter was even better. The animals joyfully welcomed their master after a long separation. The laboratory was almost the same as before his departure, but it was clear that someone had been conducting experiments here. Looking at the notebook where all the details of the conducted research were recorded, the boy realized who was doing what here. The Jinchuriki smiled and sat on the floor in the lotus position. The wielder of the Rinnegan simply decided to contact everyone he could in this way, but one at a time. Gaara went first. Kazekage Jissen, you have time to talk to me. The future sage smiled. Of course, the emphasis on the Nokage-sama. As the head of my village, it is my duty to establish peace between the villages. The dog laughed in response to the underlined man. You are not far from the truth. I have returned and am planning to open my own village. You, as Kazekage, should understand what this means. Yes, as soon as you do this, I will personally come to you and negotiate an alliance. Naruto, you know I will support you, said the shinobi of sand. I know. I will send you a couple of umbu for protection. I hope you understand that if they have to kill, they will do so without much mercy and with particular cruelty. In a few days, everything will be over, and the Ohita will know it. But I doubt I will reveal my identity. Yeah. What else did you want to talk about besides that? Said one of the red-haired Skanji. Love on the forehead. How is your relationship with Shikaku? Everything is fine. We understand each other. If they act sooner, we are ready. We will do everything at the highest level, without evidence. Be prepared. Takata was next. Oh, hi. Naruto. Something happened. I heard you were back, said the brunette. Lying in the subconscious and smoking a pipe. Yes, I wanted to know how your relationship with Aiken was, said the red-haired one. Everything is fine. Do you think it will start soon? The man spoke seriously. I think so. But it won't work with the other tailed beasts. I won't run to them. Yes, I know all the consequences, but we already have 5 bija. It's unlikely they will be able to do anything. Okay, I'll be ready to act, said the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. If anything happens, go to the Tree of Life. Someone lives near it who will protect the village by any means necessary. Tell me who you are, and he will help you. Sasuke. What is it, Naruto? I'm currently being experimented on, calm down. Uchiha said. I've returned. The village will be open in a few days. Be prepared. We may have to act soon. Hikari emphasized Nokage's words seriously, and not a muscle on his face moved. Yes, he repeated everything over and over. But not to everyone as much as the Uchiha. For now, everything is quiet, but in the calm before the storm, you know. I won't distract you from the unbearable pain, smile. Ah, so you know about that too. Wonderful, but I've already adapted. You can go. Conversation with Itachi. I'm not retelling this one by one. It's just that everyone shares different information in conversation, and it's worth paying attention to. The boy told him his plans, and Brunette wasn't surprised, because Umaki is a very risky and thoughtful person. You're not mistaken. It seems to me that they are planning something else. Their missions have changed and have become political. Perhaps they are working for one of the hidden villages. Uchiha became arrogant. You think narrowly about everything, they develop and thus learn even more information. The leader, although a puppet, is not stupid. Clearly not stupid. I want an acquaintance like that. What if Itachi Expect me in your organization in some time. I am planning to join Akatsuki. The Black Fox smiled savagely. But how? The young man was genuinely perplexed. I am a black fox. They have been looking for me for a long time and want to accept me. I will join, but on my own terms. Don't expect me to join the team. I think I know who I'll end up with. Remember the potential allies? So, why not start the plan then? The wielder of the Reinigen looked ahead, considering something, a month, 2, 3, or maybe a year. Definitely a year. I will make a name for myself, and when they need to gradually implement the plan, I will join them and take the innocent. POV Uchiha Naruto. My hands are shaking. I stare at the paper in my hands with eyes as black as the void itself. Now I'm going to sign it, and much of what I've been working towards will come true. Perhaps for the first time in my life, I'm so excited, or is it anticipation? Although, before battles with strong opponents, it's a completely different feeling. So, I feel excitement. I'm excited because as soon as I sign this paper, my village will officially exist and welcome guests. So many dreams, it would seem, have already come true. But this is the most important of all. Even on the paradise island of Daiche, let me remind you, the demon sage said that my path is not easy and never will be. I need to make the right decision quickly. That's why I signed the paper to open the village hidden in fire. The end of POE. Uchiha Naruto. Zabuza Haku. The red-haired man said quietly, to which the Umbu appeared. Congratulations. Our village officially exists. Your task is to convey this news to everyone within 2 days. I've decided that I will officially honor Nokagi's underscoring, so you can pronounce my name as the creator. You can carry it out, Chun smiled predatorily. Hi. The Uzumaki friends said in unison. And disappeared. Sure Sway, the Uchiha has already appeared. You can tell the whole village that this date is now the celebration of the creation of Hidaita. Many orders were given regarding the opening of the village. Naruto also contacted Kazakaji. In a few days, the head of the Sand Village will arrive with an offer of peace, and his bijou will finally give its opinion regarding the tree of life created by the future sage. The teenager slowly walked through his village, examining everything from the stone under his feet to the moles on the faces of passers-by. The red-haired man thought about his actions and the possible future. Jashin's scythe had been found, but he needed to set aside time to find it. Wait. Chunin can move through seals. How could the Kagi of this village even forget about something like that? Perhaps when you have too many opportunities, you can forget about something. And if you remember that the boy's memory, it was perfect, so it was unclear how he had managed to do such a stupid thing. The Black Fox found himself on the border of the land of fire and the village hidden in the grass. Uzumaki had never been there before, and that was precisely why he knew the location of the scythe. Jashin's casa was right on the outskirts of the village. That's why the boy ended up on the border, because it was the closest. The Jinchuriki reached the peculiar temple of the god of death with unimaginable speed. That's what the owner of the scythe was called, after all. The pendant in the form of Jashin's mark hung calmly around his neck, and his hand touched the door that served as the entrance to the temple. The small building was covered in the sign of the god of death, and the pungent smell of blood hung heavy, but Naruto was accustomed to it. In the center of the ground stood the scythe. It was imprinted in the soil, but it looked completely new. Any believer in Jainism knew what this weapon looked like personally. Black eyes pierced the scythe, legs slowly walked towards it, and hands they pulled the hilt upward, and it yielded. A man with long red hair pulled back into a high ponytail held the scythe of Jashin, the god of death himself. He looked at the weapon in his hands, and his eyes glowed, sparkling with a peculiar desire. The hilt was black, and drops of absorbed blood were visible. Such a thing would hardly ever disappear. The tip was extremely sharp, the holes in the middle resembled circles, but did not interfere with the weapon's function. The only thing that greatly distinguished it from all the others was that a skeleton was wrapped around the entire length of the scythe. His hands reached out to sharp tip. There were no legs, only a spine wrapped around the handles, hanging down. There were horns on the skull, and wings on the back. This is definitely something you will never forget. I was waiting for you. He heard in the boy's head. I know who you are. Uchiha Naruto. I thank you for all your gifts to me. Your murders overcame even my most ardent believer, even Haiden himself. I granted him immortality for his gifts. What do you want from me, God? Sage of the Six Paths, creator of the Paradise Island and future killer of the progenitor of the world? Jashin's voice continued. Sama. I do not need anything. Since you know me, you probably already accepted me as a god. But if I ask you for something, it is friendship, the Chunin smirked. You don't have to ask for that. I myself would not be against it, although many do not believe me, but I am still God. I can do much and my powers are great. Naruto, I acknowledge you as God. I will be your support and will even appear before people for you. I know your plans. My weapon will suit you perfectly. If you want to talk, do it the same way you did with your other spies. I'm leaving, but I will help you at any time. His voice grew blurred. The wielder of the Rinnegan was considering everything. After receiving the scythe, the boy found himself on the head of one Hokage and went to first blood. There, the boy had already begun training and learning the abilities of his weapon, but Itachi interrupted him. Naruto, this is urgent. And Katsuki decided to act in a year. The leader learned about the missing tailed beasts. You better join this organization quickly. A year is not enough time to make any decisions, Brunette said hastily. Calm down, everything is going according to plan. Keep an eye on the organization, and then I will also begin to act. He severed the Jinchuriki's connection. Jashin's scythe, although it seemed uncomfortable because of the skull and crooked hilt, turned out to be completely untrue. When Uzumaki fought his clones, it was like a dance. The scythe swirled in his hands, cutting down everything in sight. The boy himself bent down and fought with his feet, while the scythe slashed at the clones ahead, instantly disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Not bad, very good indeed, said Tabarama, leaning against the door at the entrance to the training grounds. I take it this is the same scythe. Nod, not looking up from his battle. Then you haven't been looking for it in vain. The scythe completely complements you, eliminating any downsides. Any other weapon is a toy compared to it. Sensei, I agree with you. But I won't be able to use it in certain situations. All Jashinists know what this scythe looks like. And I doubt I'll be killing Jashin's followers, the wielder of the Rinnegan replied after finishing the fight. Tsuna called you. We need official peace. Let her give you the title of Jonin already. You will take your file and become an official resident of Hidaita, Senjo said. I thought about all this. But if I stop being a Shinoblista, I have to take Karen and Ina, as well as Hinata. But remember the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans. Taking one sister will be problematic, because she is on the team after all. Okay, Tabarama, I'm going to Tsuna, said the Chunin, leaving the hideout during his last words in the Hokage's office. "What is Tsunade?" said the man in the black fox mask. "Naruto-sama, I want to make peace with Hidayuta. Here are all the papers," the blonde pointed to a small stack. "Don't call me for trifles," Hikari said, filling out the papers, Nokage underlining. "I would like you to declare me Jonin. Keep the file, but I need a copy of it. I have listed myself as the village's Kagi, so officially Uzumaki Naruto will be the head of the village, hidden in the fire. Did not look up from the red-haired girl's papers. Good. Thank you on behalf of my village. You can count on any protection and assistance," one of the great Sannin said officially. A man appeared. Uzumaki Naruto declared Shinba's Vania Jonin for special missions completed for the good of the village. The Umbu disappeared. "Tsuna, do you still need me?" the Jinchuriki asked. "Yes. I have heard rumors that the Hyuga clan is trying to stage a coup in the village. The children have nothing to do with it. The elders are to blame. If this rumor is true and you can obtain evidence, then I will leave all the innocent to you," Princess Sand told Naruto herself. "This clan is very murky, so to speak. It is divided into two branches, the main and the side. The main branch considers itself the gods of the clan, and the side faithfully serves them. The weak branch also has some kind of marks. Even I, Hokage, know little about them. Try find out something. Among your peers, there is Hinata Hyuga from the main family and Hyuga Niji from the side family. The guy is a genius and surpasses the girl in everything. I hope my knowledge will help you." The head of the village rubbed the bridge of her nose. Of course. Only recently did she uncover the betrayal of the elders. Understood, Tsuna. For now, I have time for this. Kazekage will arrive soon, the Jonin said. I left. The guy disappeared. And found himself in the training ground of Team 8. Hello, guy. The red-haired man nodded in greeting. To everyone else. I apologize for distracting you from your training, but I need to discuss something with Niji. His gaze was serious. Of course, Naruto-kun, for the power of youth is awakened by communication. The man with the bowl cut laughed, emphasizing that Nukage approached the Hyuga. This conversation isn't for everyone's eyes and ears. So let's move away. And I'll take us to the right place, the guy said right into the brown-haired man's ear. What the opponent? He only nodded. As Uzumaki said, they walked a few dozen meters away and disappeared behind a tree, after which they found themselves in Naruto's office. Listen, no, you have the opportunity to gain freedom. Kagi sat down at his desk. What? Where am I and what are you talking about? The owner of Baiken was indignant. You must tell me everything about your clan. I know about a certain mark in the side route. Tell me everything yourself. I don't like torturing. The Jinchuriki sighed, running his eyes over the Chunin. And what do you know? Go ahead. And tell me, the genius laughed. Shursui Uchiha appeared on one knee at the desk. Hira emphasized Nokage. Look into all possible archives and find everything about the Hyuga clan. Absolutely everything. You can take the dosu. Hi. The brunette disappeared. Who was that? Shinobi Kanohi narrowed his gaze. No, let's do it this way. You tell me all about your clan, and I help. You need the power to remove the mark and kill the clan heads. If what I learned about them turns out to be true, then anything will be possible. The wielder of the Rinnegan looked into lilac eyes. Can you really give me everything? Nod said. The Hyuga clan is the most hypocritical in Konoha. You know I'm from a branch house. So, I trained Hinata-sama since childhood, since I am a servant of the main house. There is a mark under the forehead protector. With it, the clan head Hayashi can force me to serve him whatever he wants. And if I obey, he will kill me. With it, my brain will simply explode. The brown-haired man spoke in a metallic voice. Because I am the clan's genius, I am privy to many plans, since they are not afraid of them being found out from the note. I was told that it cannot be removed, and I will be a slave until death. Is the clan involved in the betrayal of the village? Speak out. Yes, Hayashi and the elders of our clan want to kill Hokage so that one of the Hyuga will become the head of the village in order to rule it. The boy stood in a white kimono, wondering if he had done the right thing by telling his peer about this. A camp of hired killers is located near the village in the north. Good. What do you want me to help you with? And what did you tell me about? Papers appeared on the table. These were more missions and questions regarding the well-being of the village. The future sage of the 6 paths set to work. Who are you? You can't just be my peer. I want to get rid of this mark so that no one else can put it on me. I want to become so strong that I can personally kill the Hyuga clan. Like Itachi, but leave the children alive, said the boy from Team 8. Do you remember your days at the academy? An uncertain nod. The topic was shinobi history. Irika always said that just because I bear the name of a great man, it doesn't mean I'm as great as he is. Ah, stupid. Yumana. My name is Uchiha Naruto. It's real. I won't tell you the legend of how I survived, because I'm tired of repeating the same thing to everyone. After the adults in your clan die, all the surviving Hyuga will move to Hidaita. You are there now. I am here, higher. Emphasized Nokage. I created it and gathered a bunch of people. Now the village officially exists, although it had already existed for several years before. 2 clans mainly live here, and you probably already guessed who the Uchiha and Uzumaki are. I also want to say that Mituzumaki, Saizumaki, Hashirama Senju, Taburama Senju, Madarachi, and Hiruzen Sarutobi live here. About the mark. If you agree not to tell anyone about my hideout, then I will study your body, the nature of the mark, and then I can easily remove it. Nod. Oh, since you agree, then you will have to create a clone and constantly send it everywhere in your place. It will take me a lot of time. I will study your body and train you. But I'll tell you right now, I won't always be the one doing the training. You will become stronger than everyone in the south. And believe me, the main or secondary branches are meaningless. Your diligence will affect the speed of your advancement. I don't know your clan's techniques, so Hiruzen will be handling them. You probably know that he has studied all the Konoha clan's techniques, but except for mine, of course, they are too heavily protected. Are you satisfied? The paperwork was finished. Yes, but one more request. Why did Shursui and Dosu suddenly appear with 3 clones? Everyone had a ton of papers in their hands. Put them on the table. I want to become an umbu of this village after training, brown-haired said. Ah, well, that's a small thing. Fine, but the ranks of my village are very different from Konoha puzzle, so even after becoming umbu, you will have to train a lot. The red-haired man glanced at his desk. It was completely filled with stacks of papers. Naruto, are we leaving? Asked Dosu. Yes, but tell Tabarami and Hiruzen to come to the shelter in a few hours, the Kage ordered. Hi, the umbu have disappeared. So, what are we going to do next? asked the Hyuga, sincerely not understanding. We're going to study your body, so create a clone, and I'll infuse Kurama's chakra into it, so it won't disappear even after death. The owner of the Baiken obeyed and created a clone. The Jinchuriki placed his hand on his shoulder, infusing the Nine-Tails chakra and transferred him to where Niji took it from. A couple of seconds later, he was already back in his office. Now I will show you a place that is known to my closest people. No outsiders should know about it. No dojutsu or technique will be able to detect it. Naruto moved the Hyuga onto the head of one of the Hokage and did his usual actions. Inside were Tabarami, Hiruzen, Shisui, and Karen. I will give you a room here. I'm telling you right away, there is a very large. It's a big space and you can get lost. So I advise you to go with someone at first. Why are there so many people here if this is a secret place? Brown-haired asked a logical question. Hyuga. Only your most trusted people have access here. There are even more of them. It's just that not everyone has the time to be here forever, Uzumaki answered, approaching the two. Hokage. Tarama. We will need to fully study his body and remove this mark, the future sage. Hiruzen pointed to his forehead. Since you know all of the Hyuga clan, you will be his trainer. The Hyuga clan has decided to remove Tsunade from the post of Hokage, and since they have decided, there will be no mercy for them. They will die in the most terrible way. A certain light flashed in the boy's eyes. Not a very good feeling for a person, but if you use it wisely, everything can work out. Have these hypocrites really decided to act? Sand spoke up. Yes, Niji answered. Hayasha believes that Hokage herself is pursuing the wrong political actions. Forget about it for now. It's not that important now. They'll attack in a couple of months. We have little time to remove the mark and make him stronger. The Jinchuriki pointed to the new student. In 6 months, I will join the Akatsuki organization. So let's act quickly. Hyuga was taken to the lab and a blood sample was taken. The boy did everything they told him. Naruto, using his technique and reanimation, examined the brown-haired man's inner world. I think it's easier to kill him and then resurrect him, Sand replied. I agree, after reading all the results of the red-haired one's tests. What? Kill him? Are you crazy? The owner of Baiken was in shock. They promised him power and the removal of the mark, and now they're talking about his death. We've developed a soul resurrection technique, Naruto began. How do you think Hiruzen ended up alive? If you're dead, I'll create an improved body for you and increase your strength. Not by much, of course, but you'll eventually fully accept the new body, and will begin your training. True, the clone currently living your life will dissipate. But that's no problem. I can create one and swap its chakra with yours, Keiji reasoned. That way, we'll cut down on the time spent studying it and simply make you stronger. Later, I'll work on your DNA, too. Do you agree? How does this technique work? Hyuga said suspiciously. Using the blood stored here, he pointed to the giant flask behind his opponent. We perform the seals. Then the body is regrown. When the body is ready, your soul is placed within you, and it will find its own storage. You can fully control it. New abilities may also be unlocked. After your resurrection, I'll improve your Jujutsu. After the destruction of the clan, in the secret storage of the main branch, we will find new techniques that no one in our time has. I was able to study them. There are many of them. I used to know a Hyuga too. Uzumaki laid out a complete plan of action, going far ahead. Good. You're hardly doing all this just to kill me. Just make it quick. The brown-haired man got up from the bed. As you say. The wielder of the Rinnegan activated the true form of his dojutsu. Death. Niji's body fell dead, and Nokagi's hikari underscored his eyes deactivated. Sensei. Destroy this body. Uzumaki poured a 1-liter flask from a container of blood. And concentrated 1/4 of his chakra. He compressed it into a small ball. Then the wielder of the Rinnegan dropped the ball into the flask. And poured the contents onto the bed. A couple of seconds later, bones began to appear at incredible speed, then veins and tendons, organs, and then skin. A couple of minutes later, a finished body lay on the bed. Naruto performed the hand seals, and his body began to shake violently, emitting strange sounds. After a while, brown-haired opened his eyes. What happened? Hyuga said in a hoarse voice, sitting up on the couch. Yes, Tabarama answered shortly. You take the tests again and go back to training. Good. The wielder of the Byakugan did everything the two Hokage told him and, together with Naruto, who was waiting to leave the lab, headed to the training ground. What clan techniques do you know? Asked the three Hokage. Primary Lotus, 83-gram Heavenly Rotation, Gentle Fist. That's all, brown-haired said. Bad, very bad. The branch family doesn't train at all. Okay, I'll teach you everything else in a short time. Suddenly, the younger Senju entered the training ground. And approached Uzumaki. Naruto, this is very important, the two Hokage quietly said to the two Hokage. What happened? Did you find something in his DNA? The Jinchurike said quietly. Resurrection had given him a new Kyoko Genkai. He must infuse chakra throughout his body in large quantities. This genome could be a new discovery. He'll have to train in it himself, the white-haired man stated the facts. No, really. Distribute more chakra throughout his body. Higher emphasized Nokagi himself, after all, his sensei had already left for the lab. Good. The brown-haired man fulfilled the request. And his body began to glow brightly. What is this? The boy was frightened. Because of your resurrection, you now have a Kyoko Jinkai. It's new. This is the first time I've seen or heard of such a genome. I can help you. Study it at first, but then you'll have to perfect it yourself. Kyoko Genkai, it's quite difficult, but since you already have one in mind, I think you can handle it, the Black Fox smiled. Okay, don't get distracted. I'll show you Hyuga techniques that you can easily learn. Sarutobi was training someone again, and he was quite enjoying it. Yes, sensei. Yeah. The end to this story.